All right. Think I am live. If you can hear me and if I sound okay, hit that number one, please. Hoover, thank you. Good morning. Esjokal, Garden, Bramson, Newbie, Matt. Okay. Todd, thank you. Good. All right. I will have confidence then that the mic is six. Good morning, Matt. Thank you. COH, thank you. All right, good. We got that out of the way. Good. Screen hopefully looks okay. So let's. Hey, good morning, Zooks. Where are we? There we go. Whoa. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, we will get this show on the road now. Good morning from New York City. Cool. Rohit, hello. I'm from India. Very cool. Very cool. Well, here we go. Let's start the new year off to a good start here. But good morning, everybody. It is Friday, January 2nd. The year is 2026. I know some of you have given me grief. Why does this guy always say, as he in his introduction, the year is 2025? I say it for these moments right now because now I get to say the year is 2026. So welcome everybody to a new year. Hopefully you all had a good Christmas Eve, had a good Christmas. Did I say Christmas Eve? Did I just say Christmas Eve? Chat, did I just say Christmas Eve? Please, I hope that's not the case. I really do. I did? What was that? I was saying something about let's start off the live stream on the solid new year. Well, I've already screwed that up. Okay. Well, I hope everybody had a good New Year's Eve and then a good New Year's Day. And here we are back for the final day of the week. And yes, it is normal market hours. I don't know if anybody will need to ask about that today, but yeah, hopefully everybody enjoyed themselves. Nobody had to get bailed out of jail. I mean, I'm guessing, I don't know how much it costs to get bailed out of jail, but I'm assuming you could buy quite a few prop firms for the price of getting bailed out of jail. So, hey, good morning, Jerry. No, I don't. I had zero alcohol, but yeah, it's been an adventure. This will be my last stream on the road. So on that note, if I do drop off or pause, which shouldn't happen, just give me a few minutes. I will be back. I am on my in-laws internet, which is it's good enough, but we're kind of like right at the edge of it being okay for a live stream. So yeah, if I disappear, I'll have to probably just reset the modems and stuff like that. But like I said, over this course of about 12 hours now of streaming, we've had one issue. So overall, I've been very pleased. But so that's the context. But yes, if you've been here before, friendly reminder: hit that like button. It helps. I know it doesn't seem like a lot. Now, if you've never been here before, then yeah, I understand. Welcome. First off, it's great to have you. But no need to hit the like button. I get it. You have no idea if you're going to enjoy. But if you have been here before, please hit that like button. Art from Sydney, Australia. Awesome. Cool. And another thank you. Yeah. Another day trade. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. Time to see what 9 a.m. Clay is. I mean, you do trading UIC. You realize maybe you don't. I guess I would just assume that you're a somewhat techie person. The live streams are all recorded. You can go back and watch every live stream I've done. So if you want to see the past, well, last Friday I was down in last Friday at this time I was at a library in Ohio doing the live stream because my parents' internet is just not good enough. But yeah, I mean, you've my long way of saying you can go back and watch the past webinars, or not the webinars, the live streams, and you can see what 9 a.m. trading is all about. Doesn't feel the same. Well, I'm just saying. And I don't really, I have very little expectations. This trade here, I knew I was going to forget something, my marker. There we go. So this trade here was from gold this morning, but I'm not expecting a whole lot. I guess we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll be in for a pleasant surprise, but I tried to buy the video game. For some reason, it didn't like my card. I don't know. I'm short 677. Entry through the opening. And Rumo, cool. You're short 677. All right. Where's your stop at, though? Hey, good morning, Jacqueline. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. Pixie, good morning. If I did miss you, Jay's Jev, take two, yes. Yes, if I missed any morning, anybody's good morning to me, I apologize. I think the audio is much better in this setup. The audio? I don't know about the audio. It's the same mic. Maybe do you mean the camera? A lot of people have said the camera's way better, which would make sense. The camera I use on my desktop is, I don't know how old that thing is, but this is a brand new laptop, which I assume has a better camera in it. But yeah, no, you're the first person that said the audio is much better. But S. Linas, good morning. Hey, morning, Rick. So yeah, as we head into the open here, let's go. Is gold still making decent movements? I don't know. In some ways, I'm wondering should I just trade gold? But I don't know. Is silver? I haven't really been. Is silver for you? Let's see. Oh yeah, silver right here up 4%. So silver is still all over the place. And I got all sorts of lines from the previous. Let's just, let's do a little house cleaning here. So quite a bit of congestion here. Looking at the hourly, down around this area. You can see you have pivot points, you have the VWAP, you have moving averages. So maybe, maybe along, I don't know, down around the 635-ish area. But like I said, you kind of have a big clump of supports there. Let's see what the 30 minutes looking like. Yeah. 625, interesting level. You got the pivot, and then on top of that, you have kind of this little bottom consolidation phase right here before the bigger move up. So on the 30-minute, essentially what we're looking at here headed into the open is bull flag, bull pennant, whatever you want to call it. But also when the New York Stock Exchange opens. So yes, for clarity's sake, for you futures, maybe somebody knew, wait, what are you talking about the open? I thought futures were open pretty much around the clock. You're right. But futures do kind of get a little bit of a pep in their step once the New York Stock Exchange opens at 9:30. So the open I'm referring to is just the New York Stock Exchange open. You trade pre-market? Yeah, I do. Yep. Hey, good morning, Chad. Good morning, Rancid. We had our, the Christmas party was yesterday afternoon into last night for my, basically one of the big reasons why we come back to Michigan. It's my wife's side's, family party, and she's one of 6, and there are, 28? So my in-laws have 28 grandkids, and everybody was there. So, I mean, we have, at the top end, we have from 23, so I have, from 23-year-old grandson down to our Jet, who has been on the live. He might even show up today, but he's the youngest of all of them, and he's at a little over 2 years. So that's the range, 23 years old to 2.5. So anyways, everybody was there, great time, but not that I got to bed late, but I don't know. Somebody said I'm looking fresh. I'm like, yeah, I'm glad to hear I'm looking fresh. I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I'm feeling fresh though. It's been a long week, and when you're not at your home base, eventually it starts to kind of, not that it's bad here. It's not. It's been great, but, anyways, yeah, I'm glad I appear to be fresh. I don't know if my mind necessarily matches up with that, but I guess we're about to find out here as the market opens in 7 minutes. Big family. Yeah, big fan. There's always something going on. I'm down 600. Bought in last night. I guess I'm blowing my second account. You bought in last night. Yeah. Yeah, Compton. I was not around to see the action, but I can Last night seems a little bit leery in terms of, price movement, given it was New Year's Day at night. I don't know how many people were around. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Compton consider, like I have no idea. I guess I'll just shut my mouth because for all I know, the action was really smooth last night. And I'm just guessing that the action was probably very choppy last night. But yeah, that's just pure speculation on my part because I was not around. You're not looking that fresh. Yeah, I would agree more so with that analysis. I'm on my number 5th. I'm on my number 5th now, aiming for it. Cool, Rancid. Good stuff. Can't even trade after a certain time with the prop firm rules. Well, I don't know what prop firm you're using, but the prop firm that I use and I recommend, you can trade whenever the markets are open. Now you have to be all cash. I mean, you have to be out of all your positions by 5 p.m. Eastern. But yeah, other than that, when the market opens back up at 6 p.m. Eastern, so for anybody that's new to futures are they close every day at 5 p.m. Eastern, and then they're only closed for 1 hour, and then they open back up at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then they go all the way to the next day at 5 p.m. Eastern for that 1 hour, and then they open back up at 6. Now the one note is, so today it's a Friday, they'll close at 5 p.m. Eastern. They will not open until now Sunday at 6 p.m. So the futures market is closed on Saturdays and for the majority of Sunday, but it'll open back up. But yeah, ETH bullish. Yeah, I don't know what, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that sounds like a different prop firm than what I use and recommend. Bull flags. Yeah, exactly. If you just email them Evil Shaddix, they'll get that taken care of for you. Oh, I just logged in and it's there. There we go. Problem resolved that quick. If there ever was a problem. I don't know. Maybe you just missed it from the get-go. But anyways, either way, I'm glad it's taken care of. Good day to short? You think? What makes you say that? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but man, like it's a good overall day to short. What has it led you to that conclusion? I don't know what to think right now. I don't even know how volatile of a day it is right now. That's why I mean, I hesitate to even do any sort of analysis right now just because, well, let's see how the price starts to move and behave. I am not expecting a whole lot, but I did an unscientific experiment. With my brother-in-laws and stuff, I was like, you working tomorrow? Some of them were, some of them weren't, had taken the day off. I imagine a lot of people have probably taken today off work just to make it an extra long weekend. But yeah, I don't know what to think. Maybe it is a good day to short, to be fair, but I've seen nothing that would make me jump. Oh, by the way, should I have the light off? Is this better? Light off or on? What helps you guys see my pretty face better? Which way makes my face look prettier? It's already pretty, but on or off, which way makes my face look more beautiful? On is better. Off. Okay. We're at a 50-50 right now. Light off brightens the beard out. Ooh. Gotcha. Hey, be nice. Be nice. Okay, we're getting some I'm not going to do anything right now. The market opens up in 3 minutes. Somebody was short going into the open. Rumo, I asked them what their stop was. I don't know if they ever replied. So Romo, if you're still here, I hope you got a stopping, man. I hope you got a stopping because it's not looking good for you headed into the open here. I think they were short. I'm assuming it's a he at 77. So yeah, they were short. They got short right here at 77. I asked, what's your stop? And I'm not sure if they ever replied, but I'm looking a little bit shaky right now. I'm hoping for a boring day. Oh, really? Why's that? Today might be boring. Yeah, I think odds suggest today will be boring. I will say one thing. I don't know if this is the like peak instant, but the weather people here have been so wrong. We didn't even bring. Thankfully, my wife's sisters and all that sort of stuff have let us borrow like their kids' snow gear and stuff like that. But we didn't bring any snow clothes because going into this week it was like, yeah, maybe like less than an inch this day, less than an inch. So basically nothing as far as a Michigan winter would be concerned. And it's like snowed every single day. We have gotten I've never seen such a miss on the weather people's part. Like what are they doing? I hopefully they're not getting paid this week. They've just been so wrong. All right, less than 1 minute. Let's see what we can maybe cook up here. The risky side of me just wants to get short right now. Thinking this thing wants to take a little dumpy dump to the downside here, but that's not going to happen. All right, New York Stock Exchange is open. Okay, I'm glad. Well, I did take a little bit of a move down here, but now down it goes. Wow. Okay, Happy New Year, everybody. Looks like the ball dropping. All right, we are open. Let's see what we can come up with. Entry 671. All right. Ooh, gold going the opposite way out of the open. Start with some MNQ. I will buy at the open. Got 25 points in 3 seconds. Well, good job, patient trader. I would not complain about 25 points in 3 seconds, but there was a moment where there was like a hammer candle here, and it briefly hit my mind. I wonder if I should try to buy as it comes back up through the hammer, but it moved too fast for me to even take advantage of any of that. So just letting this first couple minutes kind of settle out here. Nice move. Wish I was a little quicker on it, but now it's kind of one of these things where, and if you've traded long enough at the open, I don't think you'd be surprised if this thing all of a sudden is down here or putting in new lows. So what I don't want to do here now is buy, up here, like kind of what's going on right here. I'm not saying this one's going to drop all the way back down, but if it does, like I said, if you've traded long enough, I don't think you would be surprised by that, because that can be very typical of the opening action here. Getting long on gold at 369 stop. All right, Disney, I love it. I love to see the trade plan ahead of time. That's some good stuff. So here we are. That's kind of exactly what I'm talking about again. Not shocked by this, but exactly why you kind of want to at times just let things settle out a little bit. Try a long down there at the VWAP, though. Oh, so close yet oh so far away. Got a piece of that short. Good job. Oh, wait, I'm on NQ there. I don't want to be on. He. That could have been, well, I guess that could have been really bad or really good. If it was a winning trade, I would not have complained about being on NQ, but yeah, this now on the bright side, I mean, this is great. This is a great range right now. From basically 735 all the way down to here. I mean, we're talking about over about 70 points. All right, let's see. Okay, short out there for a little scalp. So there we go. Just under 50 bucks on that one. Not too bad for a trade that lasts all of, I don't know, a second. Let's see what else we can potentially do here. I got to be careful because I think that this is more of, so last week I was in a trade and I lost track of just kind of how volatile like the range was. And I had, I think, 10 MNQs. And then I ended up losing like 500 some bucks on it. And I almost wiped away all the green from the day. It turned out to be a fine day, but on that one trade, it was like, okay, don't underestimate. I know it's a holiday week and all that, but okay, now if this thing goes straight back up, that's where things, in my mind, become pretty wild. Again, would I be totally shocked? I won it, but this move here, up, and then to have it all get wiped away, not totally crazy. But if now this thing comes right back up, that's just going to be, that's very difficult to deal with. Yeah, this is, yeah. Look at these numbers here, just how fast they're changing. So it's moving right now. Try to get short right there. Let's wait. Let's see how this candle forms. This candle will be done in about 30 seconds. If you watch that countdown timer right there, these are 2-minute candles, so each one of them moves around for 2 minutes. So that's what the timer right there is telling me. When will the next candle start? So yeah, I got about 15 seconds before a new candle starts forming. I want to see how this one ultimately takes shape. Shorts are a little scary, at least down here, because even if it breaks, does it bounce off of VWAP? That's the question. So you gotta, at least for me, no guarantees it bounces off of VWAP. I'm just saying that's kind of a scary spot for potential shorts. In fact, that's one that I could see for potential long, bounce off of the VWAP. So I'm going to try a long right there. There we go. Another little scalpy scalp for me on that one. Yes, I'm making it a scalpy scalp type of morning just because I don't know. I don't know on these days, especially today's a very weird day. For me, I have no idea what to think. Day after New Year's Day. I will say this. It seems better than last Friday. Last Friday was the day after Christmas. It does seem better for now as far as day after kind of New Year's Day, but yeah, in hindsight, should not have scalpy scalped. Should have just let the good times roll. But so that's exactly what I meant by the short, right? Getting, that was an interesting candle, but getting short down around here with right there, shorts got roasted. If you lost track of VWAP, that's why when people say that they don't use VWAP, it's like, again, is VWAP a holy grail indicator? No, there's no such thing as a holy grail indicator. But man, I think it should at least be paid attention to for instances exactly like that. Because if that was, if people didn't have that on there, okay, wow, it bounced, it came all the way back down. Okay, let's get short these lows because this is a bounce right here that failed. Let's go. But for those people who are like, oh, wow, what? Oh, that was a scam. They're out to get me. They're out to get me. Nobody's out to get you. You just didn't have it just bounced off the VWAP, right? So I can guarantee you there's at least some people in the world that think the market makers or the algos or blah, blah, blah were out to get them because they shorted a beautiful candle, and then after it went slightly below, it went back up. Oh, they trapped me. Blah. No, nobody trapped you. You weren't even paying attention to the VWAP. That's your problem, right? People are always so tempted to create all these mysterious things when it's really as simple as you just didn't have VWAP. Hey, good morning, Destin. Santino, good morning. Again, to clarify though, that's not me saying that VWAP is a holy grail and always works perfectly like that. I'm just saying I think it's an area that makes sense. It's an indicator that makes sense to at least experiment with and see what you think about it. I think you'll be pretty pleased with it. But hey, Graybeard. What's the VWAP setting? There is the VWAP setting. How's everybody's morning going so far? We're open. The New York Stock Exchange has now been open about 9 minutes. Quite a bit of plenty of movement here. So how's people's doing here? Good morning, Joseph. Good morning. It's Raynique. You're under a new name because only one person ever says Grand Rising, and it's not usually not that name. So you must be under somebody else. Is that like your wife's account or something? Got the drop. Nice job. Done for the day. Oh, that's nice, Jacqueline. Hoover, 2 red. So good. 2 red. So good. Huh? What do you mean 2 red? So good. What does that mean? All right, here we go. Back to VWAP we go. So definitely a choppy chop. Hey, good morning, Audie. All right, I was looking for a potential long down here again off VWAP. Oh, 2. Okay, yeah. That context helps. 2 red accounts, 14 green. That makes sense. I need this to go to the 21 to break. Okay. When trying to pass an evaluation, being you don't want to make too much in one day, is there a good number to shoot for? Yeah, just with Take Profit Trader, just 50% of whatever the target is. Just right. So if you're trying to do the 50K, the target's 3,000. The max you could make is 1,500. Again, this is only during the test phase, but yeah. So that's how you would arrive at that. Just let's see, 55. Stop down there. Okay, so we're talking still over about a... Yeah, max 50 exactly. Yeah, 50% rule. Is it realistic to make $200 to $300? Yes. Now, there's a big difference between realistic and easy. Is it easy? No. Trading, just because trading is not easy. But making $200 to $300, is that a realistic? Yes, that is certainly realistic. Now, if you're saying $20,000 to $30,000, I'm not, again, because trading is crazy, especially when you get into the prop firms and copy trading and futures and all that. Sure, I 20 to 30,000 a day is possible, but is that realistic? No, probably not. But again, yes, 200 to 300, you are well within the realm of reasonableness. But still, that does not mean that it's actually easy, because that would imply that trading's easy. And anybody that's ever traded knows trading is not easy. Oh, there's news at 9:45? Really? Oh, shame on me. I just assumed, whoops. I just assumed, and you know how that saying goes, that there wasn't anything. Oh, yeah, manufacturing. Okay, thank you. Who said that? Double A, thank you. Thank you, Double A. Appreciate it. Okay, there is news in 3 minutes. I don't know if the market's going to care about it or not, but I'll just kind of sit back and wait. I don't know if there's if there's a trade that comes along where I think I can get it in and out within like 10 seconds. Maybe I'll take it, but I don't want to get too fancy for my britches here. Again, the market might not even care about the news. You are allowed to trade, Zooks. My goal was $200 on all accounts. I missed with 2. I have 18. Oh, okay. Got you, Hoover. See that? Now that makes way more sense than your first comment. When you're like 2 good or 2 red, all good. That was like, wait, did you want them to be red? Oh boy, this is. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say no. This is now. If you're a range trader, you're gonna completely disagree. You're like, what are you talking about? But for me and my strategy, this is getting a little worrisome. This is starting to get quite choppy. Which I'm not shocked given the calendar context, right? The day where it's a very bizarre one too, right? Because if let's say New Year's Day was Monday, then it's like, okay, I don't think a lot of people are probably going to take off Tuesday because, I mean, people were going back to work for the week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But when New Year's is on, like it was today, and Christmas was on a Thursday, and then people are out, then Friday's there, it's like, well, are people going to do it, or it's kind of weird. So I think next year, does that mean that New Year's and Christmas is on Friday? I think so. So next year it'll be, or I guess this year. So this year, meaning 2026, 12 months from now, fast forward when we're all hanging out, on our yachts and private islands, I think it'll be a lot clearer because, okay, yeah, markets are closed on Friday. There's nothing after because it's obviously Saturday. So I think it'll be clear 12 months from now. But yeah, this year, just when things fall on that Thursday, kind of a little bit tricky. All right, we have news in less than a minute. So like I said, I'm just going to watch. Don't know if the market, we'll be able to tell if the market cares about the news. You will be able to tell. Travel day from all the bowl games, bye-week teams, one is on the new format. So yes, it does not look like the market really cares. It is now 9:45 a.m. Eastern. I'll give it a moment here. On the 5-minute, we are looking here right at the 50 period. So interesting location here. We had the fake break there, then we had a rejection. As of right now, the price is once again getting caught up here again at the 50 period. It's simple moving average on the 5-minute here. So yes, I suppose for you that play the channels, if you're thinking this is going to just be a choppy channel, you're probably thinking of getting short now with the idea it'll head right back down here. Thank you, Todd. I appreciate it. Not that I really understand any of those numbers, but appreciate you taking the time to let us know. All right, I'm going to try a short right here. See if it is ultimately a rejection back down. Okay, I'm in short. See if I got suckered in or not. Again, I am short. Blue one is my entry. Okay, take another little scalp on that one. As I've mentioned, I'm for now I'm making it a scalp kind of morning kind of day, and I'm glad I took a scalp there. All right, shout out to the scalp. There we go. Now, if you decide to stay in and you're going to let it work for you, you know what? It happens. Sometimes you'll be able to. I mean, I've been there like, I should have just done the scalp. But also, to be fair, sometimes you'll be saying, oh, I should not have done a scalp. It would have worked out way more better. Wow. Okay, so if anybody was in short there, and I hope you're now stopped out. So I want to be very clear on that. That's not to say that the scalp is the perfect thing. No, there will be times where you will wish you did not scalp because, it'll go way more in your favor, and you could have made way more. But yeah, sometimes, as is the case here, you're like, okay, I'm glad I scalped. And for those of you longer time people that have been here, you see me go on those streaks where I have like 3 losing trades. I think I've been to like 3 losing trades in a row. However, I'm like, man, if I had just scalped, I'd be at 3 winning trades. But no, I gave the thing a chance to work, but it just never worked enough, and then it turns into a loser. But to be fair, There are times where I do not scalpy scalp. I let it work. It works out very, very well. And then I make way more than I would have ever made had I just scalpy scalp. So, welcome to the challenging world of trading. A lot of people are like, well, yeah, I got to just figure out entry points. And that's true. Don't get me wrong. But entry is just like the first one of the phases, because then you have to enter into the manage the phase. How are you going to actually manage the trade? Yeah, you have to enter the trade, but how are you going to manage the trade? And sometimes you can really screw that management part up. But in this situation, I guess I'll have to toot my own horn. I nailed that. That was definitely the right choice to scalpy scalp. But again, stick around and you'll see the market serve me plenty of regret at times. So, hey, if you're enjoying this in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button, that helps. Very easy way to support the stream. Using code CLAY at your prop firm of choice. If you're new, I like Take Profit Trader. But yeah, that's an even better way to support the stream. But yeah, it's amazing just hitting the like button. I know it doesn't seem like a whole lot on your end, but it does help. So yeah, if you're enjoying in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button, would love to try to push this up over the 100 like mark. We're going for 300 likes again today as our goal. So yeah. Maybe get a little momentum in the likes and get us into the triple digits. That'd be good. But I do appreciate it. So, yes. If you've already hit it, thank you. If you're about to hit it, I thank you also. Now, this is encouraging because at least we got some follow through here. So, that's good. So, that's also where range trading isn't so easy, because people that were trading the range, I assume they're thinking it was short up around here. Well, all the range traders just took a loss. Or at least I'm assuming they took a loss. If they did not take a loss, I'm guessing they are currently breaking rules by adjusting stops and all that sort of stuff. Gold seems easier to trade today. Yeah, I mean, this trade right here was a gold trade. So, ooh, that's kind of spicy. Is this going to get rejected off the 21 all the way back down? Up 450 MNQ still in the gold trade. Good job, Disney. Hey, 106 likes. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Yeah, gold looks pretty interesting. I'm going to keep an eye, because MNQ right now and NQ, they're all right, they're moving. We had I forget. Somebody said it's looking like it'll be a good day to short. To be fair, the day is young, but as of right now, shorts are not doing too well. But again, you glitched? What do you mean I glitched? Hello? As far as I can tell, I'm here. I glitched or your internet glitched, Hoover? It's just going so stopping. Went off for a second. You're still here. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe that was just your internet. I don't see anybody else reporting that. Maybe it was me, but as far as I can tell, it was not me. But anyways, glad it was just something temporary. No issues on mine. Yeah. All right, good. All right, I'll just proceed onwards. No glitch here. All right, I won't worry about it then. No glitch here. All right, perfect. Thank you. So 5 minute, I'm not. Yeah, it's pulling back here, but I have zero interest in getting long right now, because if you look at the 5 minute here, this candle here that's forming, that's a pretty ugly looking candle that's in the in the works here. That I'm not interested in going long here currently. So if you disagree, hey, more power to you. But yeah, I'm not. I have zero interest right now in getting long on this pullback. How close to gambling is trading? Yeah, very close. I mean, it can easily be turned into gambling. But there are also ways where you can, give yourself edges, put yourself in a situation where I have a more likely chance to make money than I don't have to make. So it's not like a slot machine where you're like, I'm literally at, there's nothing I can do to improve my odds with the slot machine. It is what it is. It has begun. Use code Clay. I appreciate that, Pure Tone. Yeah, Happy New Year to you too. Anybody that says to use code Clay and that they've used code Clay, they warm my heart. They're feeding hungry kids. Code Clay feeds hungry children. I would be interested in a long down around this area. That'd give me enough of a pullback. But right now, Now, I'm not going to call anybody crazy if you're getting long at the overnight high. I mean, I understand the logic. It was a key resistance. It broke. Now we're pulling back. Will this, former resistance now be a support? I understand all that, and that's why I would never call you crazy. But for me, I'm going to just back off. Good morning. Hey, same to you, Kyle. Hey, Jim. Jim no longer likes me. Didn't barely text me yesterday, so that was messed up. But whatever, I'll move on. Yeah, gambling, but there are poker players. It's just probabilities. The market doesn't have to. Well, I mean, it's a nuanced conversation. Crossing a busy street is a gamble. I mean, in fact, it's a more intense gamble, right? You're not gambling with money. You're gambling with your life. So crossing a busy street is gambling. Now, there are things to do that can help you find success, that can give you an edge of not dying when you cross the street. That's what we're taught as little kids. But yeah, I mean, it depends how nuanced. Like, everything is gambling technically. It's more so an issue of does this thing, are you able to gain an edge in any way, shape, or form? And with a slot machine, no. You just can't gain an edge. That's why you've never heard of a professional slot machine player. Professional poker players you've heard of. No. All right, let's hop back over here and take a look at gold. Ooh, gold. That looks, yeah, a short of 65 at 365. Short down here. Is that kind of the area where it clears through stuff? I don't know. I do like gold's situation right now. It's got me feeling a little bit of bearishness in my bones. Thing with gold is it's no joke. So I mean, if I'm getting short here and it comes up, I mean that's it's pretty red. Yeah, but 365, that's a very interesting level there. All right, starting to get the bounce right here. I still can't tell if I like streaming at the open or not. I kind of don't. And again, I said this, I think, every time. I understand why it is the way it is, but it's just, I don't know. Like, the chat is so slow. Again, I get it. Like, well, Clay, dude, I'm trying to trade, man. It's the open. I get it. I do understand that. I'm just saying that's why, from, like, the perspective of me liking to interact with the chat and read the chat is so boring during the open. Again, I get it. I understand why it is. I'm just saying that is kind of why I'm not totally, like, it's not like I'll never do it again, but I think I'm looking forward to getting back to the normal scheduled time of 11 a.m. So next week I'll announce this hopefully about, if I remember right, 500 times today. But yes, next week I will be back to normal hours. I'll be back at home in Iowa. We'll be at the holidays. We're now entering into kind of the dark ages here of the holiday seasons. Since Valentine's Day does not count as a holiday, so I do not want to hear anybody say, "What are you talking about, Clay? We got Valentine's Day not too far from now." No. I'm not going to rant and rave about that one, but no, don't give me any of that nonsense. But anyways, things will get back to normal on Monday, and including the time of the live stream. We'll be back to 11 a.m. Eastern. You should try some open streams on non-holiday weeks. Well, no, Muppet, because that's where I owe my loyalty on the open to paying members of my community. But this week, because it's been just drop dead slow, the community has been very slow itself, which, I mean, makes sense. It's, people are off doing stuff. No, I don't stream open with my group. My group are savages. They don't need to watch me trade. All they need are words or maybe a picture every now and then. Because most of them are, part of my mentorship. Not everybody. You don't have to be, but a lot of them are. And if you go through my mentorship, you're going to be a savage. You're not going to be like needing to watch me trade. All you need is words, because you can take those words and then totally think for yourself. So no, there is zero need for me to stream to my community. Last time I celebrated Valentine's Day was elementary school, pretty much. I'm just a zombie right now, not used to you streaming this early either. Yeah, well, don't worry. For those of you that are like suffering PTSD because I'm streaming right now, the world will get back to normal on Friday, or on Monday. Did it? What did gold do? What do you mean it went right back up? What are you talking? Who said that? Maddie, are you okay, man? What in the world? Gold just broke. Remember when I was here saying 365 looks interesting? Oh, you mean it like that little lower shadow there? Dude, you got to calm down a little bit, man. The lower, it broke and then like hopped up here a little bit, or did it come all the way up there and then all the way back down? I guess that'd be a little bit different, but yeah, I missed it. Congrats if anybody did take that short 365. Almost got a 5-point move, which on gold is crazy. Those are my gains. So this is the trades that I've been doing so far today on MNQ, and then that's a trade from gold that I made. So this is all the same account. These are just the different contracts I've made, and then the associated gains or losses with those contracts. Now, is this a long here? Maybe. I don't know. 775. Now, I'm not interested on this candle. This seems like a chase at this point. This move started all the way basically right here. But if this thing wants to consolidate out a little bit and then make another push up, I'd be interested right around this area and getting long. David, I'll answer that question as soon as you tell me what you saw that said looks like a good day to short. Because as far as I'm aware, you never answered that question. So we're not going to play this game where you get to ask me all the questions, but you don't answer any of mine. That's not fair. It hurts my feelings. Yeah, I took that long down there at the bottom. Good job. Good job, Isaac. Personally, I hope you keep trading open. Listening to you argue with chat while I trade makes it more interesting. Personally, I hope you keep trading. Well, no, I'm not going to keep trading the open. Like I said, Monday I will be back at my normal time, 11 a.m. Eastern. We're in a supply zone, so ORB is wrestling with supply. I don't think I've been in a single argument today. What are you talking about? It's there a plane, and by well, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that irony. Some would say, well, you're arguing with the guy right now about whether or not you've been in an argument. I'm aware. Right. Again, David, that's fine. What I was asking though is, at that point in time, what made you say it looks like it's a good day to short? Good job to you that you were disciplined and you took the loss. I'm just asking, like, what were you seeing at that point that made you think like the overall day would be a good day to short? I'm up 200 on my first day in the test phase. Hey, thank you. Good job. Well, first off, thank you for using code Clay, Mr. G, and second, congrats on being green. You'd still trade the open behind the scenes. I do. Are you going to try a long at that green line if it wants to come back up? Was up 300 on that short, didn't close, was expecting more, then closed red 175. Well, I mean, I appreciate the fact you try to let it work for you, Abel. So, I mean, it happens. It happens. Hey, thank you, Zach, and good to see you. Hopefully you had a good New Year's Eve and Christmas and everything in between. Again, looking to get long at the green line. But yeah, thank you, Zach, for using code Clay, feeding some hungry kids. Zach is an admirable man. And I'm going to move my buy to there now. If it wants to come back up there. Again, looking to get long at the green line. You're looking different, Clay. New look. How am I looking? What do you mean I look different? What is that supposed to mean? What do you mean? All right, never mind. My risk profile would be too different now. Happy New Year, Clay. Was up. I was on the spike, but closed. Hey, KDA. Yeah, no, I get it. Sometimes that happens. You can put in the hindsight game. Well, if I would have sold there, I would have been up way more. Yeah, but what happens if it would have kept moving? Then you would have be like, well, then if you had sold, you'd be like, man, I can't believe I sold there. I would have made way more. So it is what it is. It happens. Sometimes when you let the trade play out for yourself, it doesn't play out. And then you're kind of unhappy. Then you're a little irritated. But other times it does play out. So, you know. Hey, morning, Mark. I'm Mark Short. Ooh, yeah, that 5-minute candle looks a little. That's yeah. If anything, Neil, I hear you. I hear you. I am interested. What is that down there? Long around 05. Where's 05? Yeah, right around here. I realize that's 700. In fact, I'll throw an order out to get long at that green line there. So we'll look to get long here at, I guess, right around 700. If I bring over the 5-minute, we also have down there, we have the green line, which is a 21 EMA. We have the purple line, the 50 SMA. So we got quite a bit of congestion of potential support on the 5-minute. And then what we're looking at things here on the 2-minute. Basically, I'm right there on the 50 period simple moving average. So trying to, look at multiple different time angles here. But if this is one of these, typical, I don't know. It seems like buying the pullbacks this past week after, bigger movements have been made, like you get that buying that pullback was good, but like these secondary pullbacks, maybe this is like the dumbest thing. On that note, I'm just going to start to, I have a sneaky suspicion that I might get confirmation for a long right here. So I will wait for confirmation at this point. I'm not going to just randomly buy, just in case this thing all of a sudden decides to dump like it has done several times this past week. How do you slide the stop bar up and down? So like if you want to buy, you can't do it here, but if you bring the cursor over here and see how those arrows show up, so no arrow or one arrow, 2 arrows, then you can just drag it like that. Good morning, Brad. We'll get pops, but scalp I would not hold. I think. Yeah, no, I've done all scalps this morning. So far, scalping has been the way to go about it. But there's going to be at some point today where I take a scalp and I'll be sitting there saying, "Wow, what an idiot! I can't believe I scalped. I should have held." Do you only trade the Nasdaq, or are you more of an all-around guy? Yeah, well, futures, you don't have to be an all-around guy. You can be like a single asset guy. That's the beautiful thing about futures is you don't have to scan or anything like that. It's not like stocks where you got to open up your scanner every morning, read the news, find the hot stocks, find blah, blah. No, none of that. But no, I trade basically Nasdaq and gold. Like this trade right here was on gold. All right, here we go. Coming down. Okay, so like I said, I have a suspicion that down around the area might see some sort of confirmation, but this is why I want to wait for confirmation just in case there is a dump. Okay, I'm going to try a long right there. If that green line turns blue, that means I have bought. Here we go. In. Again, I am long. Entry is the blue line. Come on. That might be all she wrote. I don't know. Till we get the bounce. Come on back up. Five-minute, we're right at the key level. There's my stop. So this thing's either bouncing or I'm getting stopped out and taking the loss. Not looking the greatest right now, but we'll see what happens. Yep, I think this might be it right here. Stopped. All right. How did I... Oh, this is 20 points. Okay. Yeah, shame on me. I did not really check that. In my mind, my stop loss was not that many points, but it apparently was. Yeah. Yeah. All right, well, today I think is kind of sneakily volatile. I did not realize I was risking that many points. Again, totally my fault, but now that I look over here, like pre-market today, the distance between these two numbers was literally 2 points. 2 points at one moment. Now the distance between these two numbers here is 20. So it is actually quite volatile. And once again, these pullbacks have been this whole week have been such a train wreck. Glad I stopped out though. Good grief. Glad I stopped out. Well, if anybody got short, congratulations. When was that? Was that Monday of this week? Or I think Monday or Tuesday. It said something very similar. Pre-market, it was so slow. And then I just kind of kept that mindset. And then I just didn't check. I just assumed, okay, yeah. Because I got filled here, I think. And then I was like, all right, my stop's right here. So it's like, okay. So what actually was it? If I got filled right around there, 08. Yeah, okay. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Short. Trying to play some momentum here. I will add some more if it gets up to the VWAP, and then see if the VWAP wants to reject it down. Come on, keep on bleeding. Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. There we go. That was I wanted to let it work for me, but it worked so well for me so quickly that I just took it all off. I'll take it. So now there we go, up 189, just like that. Did Was it me? Okay, I also freaked out a little bit because if you noticed, my green line was here, which was my target, and then the price went down below it, and then did you notice how the green line was still there? Did anybody see that? Because that's the key for me explaining also what kind of triggered the freak out in my mind. So again, I had the green line down here, which was a take profit. I was looking to try to take off one of my contracts. The price went down below there just like that. So the red the candle was below where my green line was, but the green line was still there. Did everybody see it? Okay, Jordan did. Did anybody else see that? So at that moment, I'm like, okay, is the platform glitching? Is this one of these crazy moves where like the platform's gonna freeze up? Neil, stop, Neil. You are a very successful person. Stop trying to get all this self-validation. I did say that we can really slide. Well, Neil, yes, watch. We could really go up, right? And then if it goes up, Neil, I'm going to be like, see, I did say we could really go up. Neil, you're better. Neil, you're better than that, brother. You are like you're a super successful guy. Stop. No, the point is now you're coming back to basically to play the I told you so game. And what I'm saying is you're better. You're too successful in life to ever need to play the I told you so. The green line did go away. No, I never canceled the trade. That's what freaked me out. The green line was an exit. So the price went down below it, yet it was still showing that I was in the trade. Like it didn't exit it for me. Holy smokes. Let's go. Whoa. So that had me a little panicked. Again, that was a great move. Anyways, I got a bunch of points very quickly, but that did also freak me out. Like, why, is the platform about to lock up? So yes, if you want to scroll back, you'll notice the green line, the price was down below the green line, yet it was still appearing as though I was in the trade. Like it didn't show that I took profit. So I haven't scalped and hitting them all. Well, good. Good job, user. Morning, Clay. Love you streaming open hours. Well, thank you, Lance. But next week, we'll be back to normal times. Had a beautiful short, but even that, I missed out on the... Oh, you're right. See, this is what I mean. I am so used to the past days that, like, normally what we've been looking at, like this move from here down to here, is, I don't know, like, oh, that's a big move. And it ends up being like 20, 30 points. But today... That's a 100-point move we're looking at. I didn't even realize it now. So I can still tell my brain is still so much in like holiday mode where, okay, yes, these movements look big, but if you were to correspond them with the points, it's like 30, 40 points at best. But no, here we're looking at a 100-point move just like that. Okay. So yes, friendly reminder, be careful. Be careful out there. Maybe check your position size because it may look on your chart like the little, that's a small little distance. But today, apparently that small little distance might be 40 points. Thank you, Jordanator, for trying to explain that to Zooks. I appreciate it. But anyways, there we go. So I will, the quick lesson there is just cut the loss, right? That was pretty annoying when I tried to play it long right there. But imagine if I had gone stubborn and said, no, I'm not going to cut the long. I'd be toasted. Anybody that was buying this pullback and went in a stubborn mode, hopefully they were in a prop account because they are toasted. It has moved, if you want to say that the pullback started right here around, I don't know, let's call it 750. It is now, hundreds of points below. So anybody that was long and undisciplined, they're roasted. I was long, but to my credit, I was disciplined. I cut the loss right here, and then I took a short, whatever, and now I'm well back into the green. So it's not fun to cut a loss. It's not. But risk management will keep you in the game. And if you're in the game, then you could take advantage of these trades that, I did right there. So, again, manage risk. Just cut the loss. I know it's annoying. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying you'll feel good about it. Well, this is the one I do feel very good about it. These are the great times, right? The annoying times, which will happen, is where it comes down it like stops you out and then it goes back up and you're like, what a joke. But here, no, that stop loss feels fantastic. The sell-off makes nonsense to me. I made a mistake and was stubborn. We'll lose about 5,000. Well, the observer, I hope when you say you lose about 5, I hope that means like in a prop account or something. I hope you don't literally just lose $5,000 of your own funds. If so, I'd highly encourage you to consider day trading futures in a prop account because, man, a prop account, you're not going to lose $5,000 in a single trade. Clay, I just maxed out my TBT eval with the movement. Nice. I'll have to give the one with your code. Thank you. Trying to fill the stable. This action is going to make you. Yeah, yeah. Well, hopefully people were getting short or at least being disciplined and stopping out. It was my funds. Long option about to get liquidated. Dude, have you ever heard of futures and prop firms, the Observer? That makes my $5,000. That's, I mean, how many accounts is that? So like a 50K account is 102. And just because I'm not a math genius. And I'm not trying to rub it in. I'm just trying to kind of illustrate like $5,000 divided by 102. Man, 49 accounts. That's rough, man. I'd encourage. Oh, you haven't? Well, stick around here. There is a way where you could you can get involved in the markets with very, very minimal risk. So like that account that I just showed you, if you buy a $102 account, that is your risk, $102. So, I mean, yes, there are consequences for that. So, for example, if you're in a trade and you got undisciplined like you did here, and then it hits 2,000, well, it's on. You failed, they'll take the account away from you. But that doesn't mean you lost 2,000. That just means you lost the account, which means, well, how much did you pay for the account? Well, 102. So you would have been out $102 out of your pocket. So, yes, it was a really bad trade. It was a really bad day. You went on tilt, blah, blah, blah. But ultimately, the consequence was $102. Where for you had a bad day, and your consequence is $5,000, which thank you for being transparent. I appreciate that. But, man. No, Ralph, he is a beginner. I'm not sending a beginner to prop firms into Apex with their million rules. Now, if you're an experienced prop firm trader, fine. And if you like Apex, fine. But the Observer has never heard of prop firms. If I am not going to send a brand new person into Apex, they're going to be like, what is this? All these rules, all this, that, and the other. The Observer, the website is at the top. If you go to that link, it'll take you to here. So basically what I'm doing is step one, you'll want to choose the purchasing power you want. Make sure to use code CLAY so you get that 40% off. And then they'll ask you what platform you want to use. And the platform that you're seeing here is Tradeovate. So that is a pretty common question here, Clay. Hey, what's your broker? What are you doing? What platform is this? And it's like, well, layer number one, I'm in a prop firm, Take Profit Trader. Layer number two, through that prop firm, I'm using Tradeovate. Oh, I'm sorry, Ralph. I did misread that. Imagine 2,500. Yeah, okay. Sorry, Ralph. I'm trying to read, talk. And the reason, why aren't you trading this? I don't know how to trade this right now. To go short here seems like a total chase. To go long right now, it's like knife catchers have not been doing very well. Maybe right there they did okay, kind of, sort of. But not to mention, and look at this. So remember earlier, I was saying, oh, wow, the distance between these two numbers was 2. And then when I kind of had that bigger loss, I was like, oh, man, it's at 20 now. Now look at it. The distance between these two numbers is 50. It is very volatile out there today. Very, very volatile all of a sudden. This is fantastic. These are one of these moments where I love to be wrong. I did not foresee any sort of movement like this happening today. But, man, this is some good stuff here. So, yes, you may want to reduce your position. Some of you may have upped your position size just because it has been slower the past few days. Now I would say go back to at least normal position size, if not smaller than normal. Crushing Glavery, I thought about switching to multiple prop firms this year and need to update a new platform. I have used Zero Charts. What platforms does this trading viewer want do this? What I'm using is Tradovate. Yeah, so this is the Tradovate platform. Again, yes, this is great action. I'm loving the action. I'm just saying at this exact moment, I don't know what to do with it because long is totally catching a knife, which has just been cooking people. But short, I mean, it has come down a whole lot, so that seems like quite the chase. So trying to see if this thing wants to chill out a little bit, maybe build me some sort of pattern. But right now, it's just the pattern is straight down. That is the pattern, the straight down pattern. Just blew an account. Yeah, at this point, if you have blown an account, it totally makes sense. This past week, again, I can see some of those moves were somewhat random, but like there was never any like 100-point moves. But yes, if you blew an account today, in my mind, it totally makes sense. The previous days, okay, you probably blew an account because you oversized, you over-leveraged, something like that. But these sort of movements, you could blow an account just trading average because it's such a big movement. Blew one, passed one so far. Yeah. Yeah, now it's 300 points down. Wild. 5 minutes still going down. No, exactly. That's why I'm kind of just sitting here. I realize, dude, I thought you were a day trader. Why aren't you trading this amazing move? It is amazing movement. Yes, but straight down patterns I kind of struggle with. Well, why don't you, if it's straight down, Clay, why don't you just go short? Well, because in hindsight, it's straight down. But at this moment in time, is it really going to keep going straight down, or are we going to get one of these big, epic snapback dead cat bounces? Just short. Well, Richard, if you buy me an account, I will just short. Do we have a deal, Richard? Will you buy me an account? I'll name it the Richard account. Do we have a deal? No? Well, then how about you go short then, Richard? You baboon. I love it when people just tell, do this. Well, you're going to buy me an account to do it? Well, no, I don't have any faith in what I'm saying. You are? Yeah, you are a baboon? Yeah, I know. Bamboon. All right. I'm getting interested here. This orange line is the previous session close. Oh, okay. Blind. I'm deleting that out of here. Yeah. Blind has been blinded by a certain dude out there. Blind has blinded himself with this guy's Kool-Aid to make a comment like that. The irony in somebody's name, Blind, making a comment like that. Oh, boy. Well, no. To be fair, for the longs, I was long. I got long right here. I am not cooked. In fact, I am green. How so? Well, because I was a disciplined long. That's a massive qualifier. I agree with you. Undisciplined. Well, here's the thing, Blind Nico. You got to give us trade plans ahead of time around here. Saying that you did this, and this after everything's already happened, I mean, maybe you did, to be fair to you, but also to be fair to everybody else, this is the internet where people just say stuff. So, Blind, on your next trade, give us these three numbers ahead of time. An entry point, a stop loss, and a target. And then we can see how your trade plan shows up. But yeah, showing up after the fact and saying, well, I got short right here and I just covered right there. It's like, okay, maybe. Again, Blind, that is irrelevant. All we're asking for is for your next trade, just map out your trade plan. That's all we're asking for. Can you do that, Blind, next time, ahead of time? Give us those three numbers. Blind Nico. So anyways, my point being is that's a qualifying statement. Longs are getting cooked. Well, no. The undisciplined longs are getting cooked 100%. But I was a long right here. Thankfully, I was disciplined. I stopped out. Then I got short, and it snapped down. It kind of freaked me out, and I hopped out. But I went from being red 77 to up 189.50 in a matter of just seconds. So I find it amusing. A cowboy trader like you love counter trend scalping method. Well, I find it amusing that you think you know my methods by watching a live stream, Albert. That's what I find amazing. I always love it when people, they watch like, even this. Like there's so much that I'm not saying just because I would drive myself insane if I explained every nook and cranny of the reasoning of every trade. Like that's for the mentorship program. That's for those people. But like, people watch and then they think they know what I'm doing. I assure you, I am not explaining everything. Clay is using the iron turkey hop method. Correct. For example, Albert, for you to say that I'm doing counter trend trades, okay, maybe, yes, sometimes maybe, but like here was a long, and at that point, let's be real here. When I bought right there, I think I was going with the trend. In my mind, I was playing this pullback here. We had this big move up. It was pulling back. It was at these moving averages. I had a hammer candle, so I thought I was playing the trend. Now, yes, in hindsight, Albert can be like, man, you're playing counter trend. Well, yes, it's easy to say counter trend when you know what happens afterwards. But when I got in, the chart was looking like that, right? And then I did go short. So in his mind, it was the downtrend. Okay, well then, Albert, I got short. I don't remember where. Somewhere right around here. And then when that spiked down, it brought me green. Hi, buddy. What are you doing? Yeah. Yeah, hi, buddy. Can you say hi to everybody?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, dear.
That is a deer. Yeah. Papa got that deer.
Up.
Yeah.
Daddy.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that a baby?
Not a baby though.
Yeah. Where'd the baby go? I don't know. They're all gone. Did you sleep good last night?
Not baby. There's a baby tonight.
Oh, the baby went night-night?
Not a baby tonight.
Yep.
Not a baby.
Yeah. Okay. Does anybody know that you're up here? Okay, can you wait? Say goodbye. Say bye.
Bye, dear.
Yeah, dear. Say bye to everybody.
Bye.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. I had a sneaky. We were talking about Jet earlier in the stream. I had a sneaky feeling he might show up again. There he is. All right, maybe a bottom here is forming, especially via the 5-minute. We have a nice little candle here, bounce right off of that area. I don't know why, but the market really does seem to care about the previous session close, which is what that orange line is representing. So maybe, just maybe. But again, I got to reduce the size because this is volatile out there. So let's go with 3. I'll try a long right there. Put a stop down there. Yeah, that's a 14-point stop. Look how small this distance is. 14 points. That's exactly what I mean. Bring it down a little bit more. There we go. Now, look how tiny this area is. You'd be like, Clay, that's way too tight of a stop. Yeah, you're probably right. Let me move it up some. But that's still... There we go. 14-point stop. Even now, you're probably, that's kind of tight. Yeah, but it's still 14 points. So looking to get long at the green line, stop is at the red. What I am trading on through a prop firm. The prop firm I'm using is Take Profit Trader. And then through that prop firm, I'm using Tradeovate. So if you want to learn about the prop firm that I'm using that I recommend, that's the link that you see at the top of the screen there. Ah, doggone it. Oh, so close, yet oh, so far away. But yeah. So I'm with Take Profit Trader, and then through Take Profit Trader, I am with Tradeovate. I understand you're busy. Any way you could help me link the account to Tradeovate? Let me log in and password not working it. Okay, I mean... No, maybe somebody... Could link my account to my Tradeovate. Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. I cannot, Jory. I don't know. I'm not even sure what you're asking, but I'm trying to trade. I'm trying to talk. I can't really think through exactly what you're asking and then play customer service role for you right now. What do you think about Quant Tower? Never used them. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you, Evil Shadows. I appreciate you guys trying to help out. There you go, Jory. You already have some people trying to, or Joyride, I'm sorry. Oh, bummer. Just all I wanted you to do is pull back a little bit more. Okay, blind Nico. Final time. Those are just broad statements. That doesn't actually mean anything. Give us a number for an entry, a number for a stop, and a number for a target. That way we know exactly what you mean by all those terms. Right now you're just saying stuff. Around here we call that broad statement trading. Looking for a fib pullback in this range, then short. That doesn't mean anything. Real life trading, you have to specify where you're getting short. Specify where's the stop at. Or you know what I mean? Like we can all play that game. Okay, whoops. Maybe I am bearish bias still. Yes, it's going up, but in my mind, this is still a downtrend. But if this thing decides to just V-shape, so if this thing is, it's made its move down, but if this thing all of a sudden decides to just basically go straight back up, now all the shorts are about to, undisciplined shorts are about to get cooked. I'm going to try a short right there. Yeah, even this is like a 20-point stop. Okay, if that red line turns blue, that means I'm filled. Looking to get short, only if it comes down to that red line, though. Trying to be patient here. See if it wants to come down to that red line. Okay, getting close, maybe. Nope, back up it goes. All right, never mind. We'll go back to the drawing board on that as the bounce continues. Next interesting point of interest right around here that I'd be is that yellow line up there. We also have, yeah, I like this a lot. So much so that I'll just throw out an order right now to just get short there. Doesn't mean it'll reject, but I'm willing to take a swing at it. Hard to see because that's the red line is kind of behind that yellow line, but I don't know. But this looks good right here too. It'd be just be. Well, all right. Why aren't you using HTF? What's HTF? Interesting how the chart is moving the same as it does in others. Are these large institutions doing trade? Well, this is the futures market. Futures move way better than stocks. And this is coming from somebody that has traded stocks for years upon years upon years. But the cool thing about the prop firms is the only amount of risk you have is what you buy the account for. Whereas on a stock, right, it's very inefficient use of capital. Because if you're going to make any sort of decent money on a stock, you need probably at least 100 shares. But like on Tesla, I mean, you need over $10,000. But with prop accounts, like I said, you could get involved. And the other thing is, there's no pattern day trading rule. So you could become a day trader today if you have $90, right? Because $90 gets you into the futures market. The futures market has no pattern day trading rule. But the best part is if you go and lose $1,500, because that's the rule, it's part of the account, don't lose $1,500. You got to manage risk. It's not like you lost $1,500 out of your pocket. You've only lost $90. So, I mean, whereas if you want to be a day trader of stocks, you need over $25,000 in order to make any worthwhile money. You're probably going to want at least 100 shares. And something on like Tesla, that's over $10,000 you're going to need. And then you have, it's just a mess. It is a mess. Man, the Observer, why can't more people be like you? Some people have to ask 4 million questions. And you're like, oh yeah, man, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm going to start. Bless your heart, the Observer. Please use code Clay, though. How do you tell how many points spread? Well, you could look up here, but there's basically no spread. That's the other nice thing about futures. Very, very little spread. Plus the fees. Well, I mean, the commissions are irrelevant. We have seen and we have done some crazy art. In fact, do we sell those numbers up? No, I don't think we have that one anymore. Oh, we do. Yeah. Yeah. So one person bought an account for 102, right? Right here for the 50K account. 50K costs you 102. And then they've, with that account, they've been paid that much so far. So right now they're at a 9,100% ROI, right? Because the ROI calculation, it's based off how much you have invested. So that's how those returns can be, jacked up so high, is because, well, if you have that little, if that's your amount of risk, your investment, then yeah, the ROIs can explode very, very much. And that's after commissions, after fees, all that other stuff. Clay doesn't like David, dude. Are you a troll, David Calder? Because I mean that's just a wrong statement. So you're either trolling or I don't know, man. Do I like stocks in the category of day trading? I do not like stocks if we're talking about day trading. If we're talking about investing, I invest in stocks. I have nothing against stocks in the category of investing. But in the category of day trading, which is what we're doing here, yes, I don't like stocks. But you can't just say Clay doesn't like stocks at all. That's just a blatant lie, David. Hence me thinking maybe you're just a troll, because I would think you would know that by now. Hey, Bullish God, yeah, happy New Year to you too. I was about to say happy morning. Okay, going to try a short at that red line if it... All right, now it's actually coming back up to this area that I was curious about originally. Let's see what we can get up there. Come on. A little bit more. In. I'm in short. I'll take that scalpy scalp. Nice little scalpy scalp right off of it. Look, brings a tear to my head. The power of charts. The power of charts. Trading is just gambling. It's just all randomness. Well, yeah, maybe. Now again, is it always going to work out that perfectly? I'm not saying that at all. But if you've watched the live stream, I hope you're not shocked to see something like that happen, okay? This is the first time I watch your live stream. How often do you go live? Monday through Friday. Blind Nico, did you ever give us an actual trade plan with numbers, man? Are you able to do that? Because what we've learned is the majority of people from your tribe where you've learned are unable to give a trade plan ahead of time. They're very good at describing what's happening, at describing what has happened, but like they're never actually able to give us numbers ahead of time. Bought in last night, 6 positions, blew my account. They stole my position, bought back in, and made. All right, Compton. In discount, wait till... What is that? In discount, wait. In discount, wait till 50... What are you talking... What? Oh, that... Oh, that tribe drives me nuts. Again, I said from the beginning I was here for scalpy scalps, and once again, the scalpy scalp turned out to be the right move there. So I'm happy with that. Did you even take that trade, Frank? Do you even trade, Frank? Or do you just sit here and talk about the 21 EMA, Frank? What's your story, man? What's your story? Have we met before? Arctic Wolf, by some Christmas miracle, I managed to individually hit 1K on each of my 550K accounts. Sometimes, Good job, Arctic Wolf. I don't even know what these people are talking about. If in discount, then what? Just, I don't know. Again, Blind Nico. This will be, because I think now you're just trolling. Last time I asked you this, please interact. Are you able to give us a trade plan ahead of time? A trade plan being defined as 3 numbers. An entry point, a stop loss, and a target. Are you able to do that beforehand? Or are you just going to start to like armchair quarterback stuff? Third account can't get past the 3K. Clay, do you get paid every time we buy back that account? Or? Yeah, no, if you renew, that's, yeah, you're feeding kids on a reset. Hey, Clay, is it easy to withdraw the profit? Yes. Yeah, Take Profit Trader, that's one of the things that is great about them. They are, once you get to your pro account, you can request day out or payouts on a daily basis in any amount you want. So if you're making $1,000 a day, you can request out $1,000 a day. Other prop firms, again, that doesn't make them a scam, but they're not quite that. They're a little bit more rigid. Yeah, if this thing does turn out to be just a straight up V shape, I'll tell you what though, if it is going to V shape, holy smokes, the bulls are going to have to bring their A game. Look at the 5 minute. Look at this congestion point. We have a pivot point, that dotted brown line. We have the green line here, the 21 EMA. We have the dotted yellow line, the VWAP. We have this purple line or pink line right here, the 200 period moving average. That's not to say that the price can't push up through this area, but man, if this is going to be a V shape, the bulls, they're going to be, I think that they're going to need some steroids in their system. Your kids are going to be, well, just slow and steady, Compton, slow and steady. Let me put it this way, Compton. Are you learning? Like when you've lost an account, are you at least learning something from it? Hello. Yes. Okay. OUK pick. Give me a 1 if you're still here. You asked that question literally 4 seconds ago and I answered it, and now you're asking it again. So you're either a bot or I don't know. But so OUK pick. Please give me a 1. Are you here to listen? Are you here right now? So I know that you're going to hear my reply because I already gave it once, my friend. I would only trade to move up to that area, then wait. That is a lot of stop and wait lines. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Movement, going long in movements like this just freak me out. I'm not saying I won't do it, but I prefer not to. But yes, if it does get up to that congestion point on the 5 minute, I will be interested in another short up around there. Your seemingly frustrated expression brings comedic value to the live stream trading. I have been told that I have like my resting face is not like pleasant. It's not like friendly looking. Some of my daughter's friends, like, she's like, yeah, some of you dads, like, you're so intimidating because you're just sitting there and you look mean. And I'm like, oh, really? I guess I have a resting face that makes me look mean. Which is good because I got 4 daughters, so I want those little punk boys to be scared. Yeah, RMC, that sounds about right. That sounds about the extent of what is going to be possible. Just words, never numbers with that tribe of people. Always words, very rarely numbers. That's called the Prince. I like you. You must be in marketing or PR or something like that, or branding. That's called stoic, Clay. We're going to call that expression stoic. I like you. I'm going to go with that. I'm not frustrated. That's not a frustrated face. That's my stoic face. That's good stuff there. Hello, how are you? Doing pretty good. I think my voice just cracked. So yeah, apparently also going through puberty again. But I'm doing good, V-Cuts. Hey, if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button, it does help. We're going for 300 likes today. I don't know, maybe we go on some momentum and the likes and push this up to 200 right here. But yeah, if you're new, you've never been here, first off, welcome. Fantastic to have you. No need to hit the like button. I understand you have no idea if you're going to enjoy. But if you have been here before and you enjoy and you just maybe forgot to hit it, then here's a friendly reminder. Please hit that like button. It's going to kick the cows udder soon. Watch for the fair value. Blonde, so yeah. Exactly. It's just such a shame that tribe of people, they're just unable to give a trade. They're able to give good words and cool sounding terminology, but like an actual trade plan, very few can do that. It's sad. It's the beard. Yeah, maybe so. Dear sir, yeah, I work for Nigerian Prince. Can I trade futures? I'm guessing I have to send you money though first though, right? And then you'll trade futures for me, and then we're all gonna be rich. We tried. It's a fib retracement, not rocket science. Right. I understand it's a fib retracement, but what I'm asking is, well, where are you going to get in on this retracement? And where's your stop going to be on this retracement? And then where's your target going to be as part of this retracement? That's why if you would just give us 3 numbers, then we know what we need to know. So here is the deeper pullback. So starting to think maybe a short around here. We'll see. Want to let this candle finish and then see how this next candle starts to form, and I'll look for maybe a short. I bought a put. Okay, so Richard's just trolling. Richard is either trolling or he's got to be trolling. So okay, cool story, Richard. I'm not gonna go for the rage bait. Wow. So this candle here, I mean, we're talking about it hit a high of 90 down to, we'll just call it 30. So right here, that's a 60-point candle. The past basically couple of weeks with the whole week of Christmas and the New Year's, this big old candle would have been like, I don't know, maybe 15 points, 20 points at most. Here, 60-point candle. This is some quality movement. See you later, RMC. Stop loss. Oh, really wide today. Have to be more. Well, I don't know if you have to be more selective. Because if a stop loss is going to be really wide, well, then that just sounds like a need to reduce position size. Well, I was hoping this candle would bounce up. So kind of like the trade I took over here. It came down when it bounced up, but like this one came down and it's not really bouncing up. So not giving me anything I can really work with. You haven't taken a single trade yet? Blurry? What do you mean? What's blurry? What? Is something wrong with the stream? Blurry. What do you mean? I mean, as far as I can tell, it looks fine. Stream looks fine. You look fine to me. Stream is fine. You were now good. Looks good. I don't know, Neil. You better check your internet. Whoa. Okay, long. See if we can get a bounce off this former bounce area. Take that, scalpy scalp. There we go. Another little scoopy scoop. Scoopy scoop. That's a hard short there. Because you have to keep in mind, right before this big move down, we had a nice hammer candle, right? So, I mean, in some senses, like I said, I've mentioned this, I don't like to go long these movements, but I can see some people like, look at this. We got like a little bull flag here. We have a hammer candle. Okay. And then just that, brutal. So yes, I don't see that being an easy short for me. Maybe you have a setup or maybe you have I don't know. For you, maybe that was like a no-brainer short. To me, that looks like a very tricky short. To after a candle like that, hammer, within a strong bounce right there, to then be getting short and expecting that. Hey, good on you if that was an easy short for you. Clay looks younger. That a boy. I shorted right there, but exited early. I have, yeah. Abel, we definitely trade differently. You take some crazy trades, man. In my opinion, crazy trades. Yeah, you short at 570 right there. I mean, it worked out great, but like that's a wild trade in my mind. Just like last year on Thursday, you were taking some trade that but hey, man, if it's working out for you, I'll go for it. That's why trading's pretty interesting. I can look at Abel and be like, dude, you were taking wild, crazy trades that make no sense to me. And Abel's like, hey, man, I'm making money. If you're consistently making money, Abel, more power to you, man. Looked like a rest bit for a move back up. Yeah, no, exactly, Doji, dude. I didn't see anything necessarily clean about that. All right, maybe another long down here, though. Nice hammer candle. And I'm going to try a fake break. See if we can get a bounce off of that overnight low. So fake break of so this white line here is the low of the day since the market's been open. So the price can never get below that white line. The white line can just get adjusted lower, but you're looking for a long at that green line here. So look for a fake break of the low down into the overnight low and then hopefully get a little bit of a bounce back up. Are you in Asia? Me? What? Okay, I'm so curious. What would make you think I'm in Asia? I mean, maybe I am, but what makes you think I'm in Asia? I have to ask. You've piqued my interest or my curiosity, I should say. The background? Okay, so what about the background makes you think that my grandparents or not my grandparents, my in-laws they're gonna So okay, what about the background makes you think that I'm in Asia? Because I look Asian. My curiosity has definitely been piqued here. Are you in Asia? The wooden door. Americans don't have wooden doors? Again, interested in a long down around here. This orange line here, if you're wondering, is the previous session close. I don't know why, but at least in my experience, it seems like the price tends to respect that area. I mean, here's an example where it respected, nice bounce. And even right now, not perfect bounces, but right on this general area so far is being respected. Wow, pastry chef, that's wild. Good for you. Congrats. Hey, Clay, you seeing the NASDAQ price action? I think it's a reset to... Am I seeing the NQ price? I don't know what you mean by that, Bob. I'm literally trading the NQ right now. Well, the MNQ, but still, I'm watching the... Okay, I think I misread what you're asking, Bob. Okay. Again, I'm looking to get long at the green line. I'm looking for it to, kind of a quick dump down to there, and then ideally snap back up. There we go, I'm in. Uh-oh, not this kind of dump, though. Let's see if it wants to come back up. That was not ideal. I mean, is this really going to be a whole nother round of dumping? I hope not. I would like to think at least gets up a little bit. Added some more in there. Dangerous trade here, folks. I am officially playing with fire. I'm thinking this thing's got to at least come up a little bit. Again, very, very dangerous trade. I want to try it right here. I am. I'll try it if it wants to come up. Okay, I'm going to look some ads here. I got a little bit more at the green line. And trying to get the rest of my position at the green line. Trying to weather the storm here, but wow. Trying to weather it. Nope, can't do it anymore. All right, well, I played with fire and I just got burned. Did not care at all. Did not care at all. Hey, Albert. All right, Albert is gone. If you're going to be like Albert, don't be like Albert. Armchair quarterbacking. Yes, as I said, I played with fire and I got burned. But I don't need anybody to tell me my trade plan. Like, that's what happens when you have no stop loss. No. I had a stop loss in there. I just didn't put in there right away because I was potentially going to build. And I did build a little bit. So, Albert, there was a stop loss. That's why you're in timeout. Not necessarily because you're armchair trying to tell me all this stuff in hindsight, but because you're saying stuff that's just not true. Because you don't understand. All right, Richard is going in timeout. In fact, he's a troll, so he's just going to be gone. And we'll just put him in timeout. Yes, I am. These are the moments where I can understand why people don't always necessarily show their trades. Because, yeah, I'm a human being. Those are frustrating. I just barely got any bounce at all. So, yeah, I'm frustrated. Again, I got aggressive, so it is what it is. It's 217, whatever I am. It's not like I just wrecked the account or wrecked my, nothing like that. But, yeah, it's not fun. So it gets worse when people that you've never seen before, names just pop up out of nowhere, and they're like, well, you should have done this, or this happened because of that. It's like, okay, yes, thank you. Thank you for your hindsight commentary. Okay, Zooks is going in timeout because that's just obnoxious. Happens to us all, but always better to have a hard stop in the region. Okay, Tilted Trader, thank you for your hindsight commentary, but we'll give you a timeout. He's suffering from the world of revolves around me-itis. I played that one as I should have played it. It just did not work out. And that's fine. How old is your little man? He's a little over 2. No, I don't need to take a 15-minute break. I appreciate it, and I put myself in timeouts before, but I don't need to put myself in a timeout. I'm good. Why did I go long? I literally gave my reasoning before that trade. I definitely mapped out that one. So, yes, if you scroll back, you'll hear my reasoning. I enjoyed taking a bad trade. Gotta question yourself and learn from. That wasn't a bad trade. That was just a trade that didn't work out. As I've talked before, if in your mind you go red trades equals bad trade, therefore I have to go figure out what I did wrong, you're going to end up with a strategy that has 4,000 rules and you're never going to be able to take a trade. Because sometimes things just don't work. They just don't work. You could do everything right in trading and you'll still lose money sometimes. That's just how the market works. These are all the moments where the So yeah, it's just part of it. I knew what I was doing. I was getting aggressive. I realized if this doesn't work out, it's gonna smack me pretty good. But if it does work out, it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice. But it didn't work out, and that happens. Not the first time, won't be the last. But do I need to go back now and reanalyze and find all the things I did wrong and add new rules in? No, it just didn't work. That's all. That's all. But this is also why trading's hard, because sometimes you did do something wrong. And it's like, no, you actually do need to do some tweaks. But not all the time. Well, how do you know? Well, exactly. That is why trading's hard. $51 up to oh, I was like, all right, maybe a short here, and then I can put my stop over the highs. But then you check it, 51, and the highs right here is 78. So it's like a 30-point stop. Yeah, 30-point stop. I don't know if I want to be doing that right now. Is GC moving quite a bit right now? But man, it did not care at all about the overnight low. Not even a little bit. That's a bummer. I thought that area would give me a little bit of wiggle room, and then I thought, okay, as it dropped, okay, surely it's going to come up and at least bump its head. But no, it just did not care. Did not care. Is silver still going crazy? Oh my goodness. Do I just get short silver here? Yeah. Maybe I just get short silver, and that'll take me right back to the green. Rumo, I'm long. Rumo, you did this earlier. What about your stop loss? Do you have any risk management, Rumo? The cost to trade silver. Well, whatever the cost of a prop firm is. So you could trade silver for as little as $90, because $90 gives you 25K in purchasing power, and that would allow you to buy up to 3 silver contracts. So that is the cost. With Take Profit Trader, that would be the cost. Ryan, I answered that for you the last time you were here. Ryan, are you one of these guys that ask questions and then you just leave immediately? Always will be so befuddled by that aspect of trade or live streaming. People ask questions, I answer them immediately, and then another day they ask them again, or they'll ask them 5 minutes later. And I'm like, how did you literally must have asked that question? And they're like, well, yeah, no, I left real quick. It's so you ask a question, then you leave real quick. It's wild. If we did this in a real life setting, imagine somebody in a classroom raises their hand, or not even that. Maybe they just, whatever, raises their hand. Yeah, that person asks the questions, and then as soon as they ask, they stand up and run outside the door, and then they come back and then they ask the question again. It's crazy. I'm telling you right now, live streaming is crazy. You never ask? Okay, I must have you confused. But yeah, I have mixed thoughts on journaling. For some people, I think it's an absolute joke. I don't think it helps them at all. I think it helps them in a negative way, meaning they think they're doing stuff smart because they're journaling, but they're actually making zero improvements. They think they're making because they're journaling, but they think they're making improvements because they're doing it. But some people, I could see it helping. But yeah, I have mixed emotions on it. I think for some, it's deceiving and an absolute waste of time. Other people, though, I could see it working. That is a massive yeah, blind. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Nico. You're right. What's for breakfast? I'm not eating today. My body is I'm gonna let my body cleanse itself after the past couple of days. The amount of sugar I had yesterday at our family, or my in-laws' family Christmas party, was I might have diabetes right now. For all I know, I could have diabetes. All right, I am short. And then it goes right up again. Let's see. Let me give it a chance here. Blue line is my entry. Got some smudges on my screen. Again, I am short. Is that? Come on. Come on. Oh, don't bounce off my blue line. Let's not do this game. Where my entry point become... There we go. All right, thank you. Okay, now let's see some follow through here. Oh, my goodness. All right, I got to get out. Oh, well. It was looking good for a brief moment. It got my hopes up, and then it smashed them. What is that psychology that we always average after being in red and never in green? I'm not sure what you're asking. I think journaling is best for capturing different market regimes, flavors of price action to go back for. Yeah, like I said, I have mixed emotions. I'm not going to say it's totally worthless, but I think for some people it is. I think a lot of traders, myself included, were kind of like in a holiday detox in the sense of, yeah, this movement is not something we've been used to over the past couple of weeks. You're going to seriously come back down? All right, I'm in now. Let's give it another try here. Maybe this is the time where it finally goes. Come on. Took one out there. Okay, got my stop, and I'll bring my stop down as it goes. Doggone it. So annoying. Come on, collapse. And stopped out. So frustrating when that happens. No, I'm glad I hopped back in, but have you ever been there? Give me okay. Has anybody else ever been there before where you're in, you have an idea, and then it looks like your idea is going to work out. It comes out, stops you out, and then it comes back down. Your idea works out perfectly. Now, thankfully, I did hop back in, so that helps remove the annoyance a little bit. But has anybody ever been there before? That's why all the broad statement stuff is worthless. I don't want to hear any broad statements from people because trading is way harder than broad statements. Because right there, my broad statement trade was right. The problem is my timing was slightly off, so I got punched in the face first, and then it came back down. So you are not alone. I'm glad to hear that I'm not alone either. Again, I'm what it reduces the sting that I was like, okay, now it looks like my idea is going to play out. So I got in and it worked out just fine. But yeah, unfortunately, ugh. Why was your timing wrong? Well, because it came down and then it bounced back up and it pushed up above here. And I mean, there was a moment where I was staring at a huge hammer candle and that hammer candle was getting greener and greener. So yeah, I'm not going to sit through there. So yeah. So my timing was off. I was too soon to the move. That's how my timing was off. Okay, Tilted Trader. What? No, stop. Maybe, okay. Tilted Trader, you need to call your doctor, okay? You are suffering from the world revolves around me-itis. I have zero problem conceding that for you, that's the case. But my friend, we're not all you. When you make broad statements, you're revealing that you think the world revolves around you. Again, that's fine for you, Tilted Trader. But we're not all you. That's not a universal concept. You know what I'm saying? So call your doctor, be like, Doc, I'm suffering from the world revolves around me-itis. They will give you a pill, you will swallow that pill, and then you will begin to speak in a way that acknowledges that everybody's got their nooks and crannies to how they go about trading and stuff. I've been there, I've suffered from it too. So, I mean, it happens. It happens. Why do you get angry when you were in the... Okay. Zooks, I've told you multiple times now. An encouragement when somebody goes into the red is not, hey, go YOLO NQ. And I've already told you that, Zooks. That's actually not being positive. I know you're a beginner, but we've had this discussion. That's why I timed you out. I understand what you think you're being positive. Hey, go get aggressive with NQ and get it back. Anybody with any shred of experience knows that is the worst thing you should be doing. To take a loss and then go trade NQ or something aggressive. So no, that's what I'm telling you. You're actually being negative when you're doing that. I understand you think you're being positive, but you are being negative. Okay? So that's the second time I've addressed that with you. Are we good now, Zooks? Does it make sense why I would have timed you out there? There is the delay today on stream. There's a delay every day. Usually it's about 3 to 5 seconds. That's what I did today. It didn't help me. Yes, no, that's how people end up really, really, really making messes of things. To be fair, yeah, sometimes it can work out. But man, if it doesn't, it can make a mess of things. If anything, if you're frustrated by a red loss, you should be downsizing. Lower your size. Definitely not going and trading something that in the world of futures is, even more intense. So were we good, Zooks? That was the second time we've had this discussion. Maybe the first time you didn't hear. I do appreciate. That's why I didn't ban you. It was just timeout. Okay, you understand now? Good. That's why I did not ban you. Because I know it was coming from a place of you think you're being positive. But now, yeah? What? Yeah. Yeah, come in. I need... Daddy's having a bit of a rough one today.
Baby doll?
Yeah, that's a baby.
Up.
Yeah. You think it's going to go up?
Not up.
Maybe. I don't know. Daddy's kind of having a frustrating one today.
Daddy, a deer.
That is a deer.
Daddy,
Okay, well, say bye to everybody. Don't be rude. Say bye.
Daddy, a baby.
Yeah, that's you, buddy. Okay, see you later. Okay, bye. All right. A little reminder. Okay, that's like real life there. That puts me in a better mood. There we go. The things in life that actually matter. There we go. He still loves me. Even though I'm a baboon today, he still loves me. I think he still loves me. How many trades today? I don't know. I don't know how many trades I've made. I've lost track. They do, yeah. The kids always make it better. He's a hodler, always going. Yeah, he is the head quant, yeah. Might be a short here. Well, give us a trade plan. How would you play it short? Entry point, stop loss, and target. I'm totally 100% open to the idea that it quote unquote might be a short. Totally cool. But again, that's one of just those broad statement type of things. Like, how would you play it short? We break today's low. So how are you going to play that? Are you short right now? And then where's your stop at? We all understand. You think we're going to break the lows. Okay, cool. So where are you getting short at and where's your stop at? Who here is roasting an account today? And be honest, no judgments. I've roasted plenty. I have not roasted any accounts today, but I've roasted accounts. Today seems like a day where I imagine a whole lot of people have roasted accounts because we have been in such like a mental, I don't know what the right word is, but the past couple weeks, because of the nature of the holiday season and everything like that, so slow. And then today, boom. So yeah, if today makes so much sense if you roasted an account. Again, I'm not saying therefore laugh about it and don't learn anything from it. That's not what I'm saying. Yes, learn from it. Make sure, okay, what happened? Could I have anything like, but like it totally makes sense on how people have roasted accounts today. No roast for you. I roasted an eval. Yep. Toddler trader, not roasted, but traded one I should not have. I haven't roasted, but I've taken. Wow. Yeah. For those of you that have, obviously, yeah, that's kind of me. I've taken hits today. No roasted accounts, but still, if you have roasted one, again, don't laugh about it, but as long as you're learning from it, that's what matters. First trade was a dud this morning. Took the one and made that back, plus a small profit, but I'm done for the day. Gotcha. We break today's lows, retest the lows, then go short. Okay, go short. Enter. Go short. The last candle high. Okay. All right, Zooks, I appreciate it. You're going to get the sign up with the prop firm, The Observer? I like your show, but you spend too much time on responding to useless comments mainly. Replies to trading plans are so boring. Well, thank you for the feedback, Star Wars. TP not to, okay? Great day today, but I question my scalps. I usually look to reset my bias at 1 New York time. Gotcha. Clay, wasn't the last time you blew an account? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's been relatively hard to blow an account the past couple of weeks just because it's been so slow out there. Not impossible to blow an account, but a lot harder. Because, even if you're looking at it like a move like this, like, oh man, shorts got roast. Well, yeah, the past couple of weeks, if you've been around, we would know that this movement here is maybe at most 30 points at most. But today, what was this bounce? Well, to keep math easy, we'll call it from 300 up to what? That was a 400-point bounce. I'm sorry, a 100-point bounce. See, I still do not, I'm still not comprehending how volatile it actually is out there today. So here up to here, that's a 100-point move. Thinking about maybe a short up around this area. Is it always this volatile? First, no. I am shocked today. I got today so wrong. I mean, if around in pre-market, like the distance between these numbers here was 2 points. 2 points. Now it's at 20 points distance between these two numbers, which just tells you like it is very volatile out there. But also, to be fair, King Danny, do I have data of how volatile it is every single day, first day of? No, I don't have that either. So I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't think it is. I like your stream. You don't use follow. Well, yeah, exactly, Breed. Because I mean, for all I know, we got people's kids running around. Mike, yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Bread. Yeah, reducing. It's just never mind. That's stuff like that drives me nuts, anyways. Anyway, I won't get into that topic, but. So potentially a short up around there. Something you point out, Clay, that most don't talk about. The candles look the same, but the size of the move changes. I feel never. Yeah, that's something that, I mean, it got me this morning. It got me earlier on in the week. It's one of those important things. All right, maybe some kind of short up here. I am being too aggressive. By the way, I mean, I really shouldn't be doing 5, but I'm also like, I kind of want to get this. So we'll see what happens. I'm not on tilt, but this is good action. I want to take it. All it takes is one right movement with a little bit of aggressivity. I think that's a made-up word. No, I'm not on tilt, but I mean, this is great action, and like I said, it just takes. Okay, I'm gonna try a short here. See if it wants to now get rejected back down off of this general area. No. I need to stick with it. I need to see it come up here and at least first test this area before it comes back down. Aggressiveness, yes, that sounds like it could be plausible. We might see a flush. Yeah, I think so. I think we could. Probably tilting towards tilting. Nice pun. Well played. You must be a dad. That's a terrible dad pun. With no disrespect. Okay, so here comes a disrespect. If somebody starts, without even reading this, when somebody says with no disrespect, I love learning from Clay getting smoked. Much better than learning from my own pain. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. That makes sense. No, I'm with you there. Like, if I'm going to learn, I'd rather learn from somebody else's baboon moves than my own. That's fair. That's fair. No, I don't look at ATR. I just look at this area over here. You're with funding ticks? You are a crazy person. Funding ticks has that new rule where you have to hold for 60 seconds minimum. Could you imagine having to hold for 60 seconds minimum with some of these moves where you just got to get out, but you can't? I think we break out here. Okay, well, what's your trade plan? How are you going to make money from breaking out here? Give us an entry point, a stop loss, and a target. Proven one holy. Fair enough. You think we're going to break out here. Now, you tell us all how you're going to make money from that statement. Okay, here we go. Okay, now I'm going to put my entry because we come up here and we'll see if we get rejected back down from here. Okay, come on. Keep coming down. Number go up? What do you mean number go? What number go up? Okay, if that red line turns blue, that means I've been filled. Getting close. Nope, I don't like that now. Okay, if it comes up here and hits it again, I'll put my new entry point right here. Step 1, though, come up here and hit this general area. Yeah, it does suck. Yeah. Is Tilray stock in play? I hear Roaring Kitty coming back with. No, yeah. Well, we don't trade stocks around here. Day trading futures in a prop firm is way better than playing TLRY. So yeah, if you want to be a day trader, the most efficient way efficiently way possible. Day trade futures in a prop firm. Okay, entry point right there now. See if we get a rejection off of the 21 EMA and these former highs right here. Yeah, do what works for you, Bob. Yep. If that makes sense in your mind, fantastic. That's good stuff. That's the secret to trading. Do stuff that makes sense in your own mind. All right, well. That's what's crazy is, I mean, 83 here. My stop is up there. That's over a 20-point stop. But, I'm already red, so. What's the worst case? I'll get redder. Okay, I'm in. Put out a couple of targets down there. Beautiful candle. Beautiful looking situation here. Let's see if it can deliver for me. Come on. Good. Got at least one out. Doesn't mean I'm out of the woods yet totally. All right, I'm going to go back to the drawing board now. I don't like how this green showed up out of here. Might have been too antsy, but I don't have a lot of room to. I mean, I'm red right now, so I'm not going to sit here and putz around. But if I was already green, yeah, I'd be letting this thing play out. Because it is still a beautiful looking short right now, but the mere fact that this green showed up here, I thought I was going to get the move right there, and I wanted to get the move right there. Thank you, Zook. See, now that's being positive. That's a type of positivity. That's good. That's how you build up another trader. Maybe previously you would have been like, man, you should have done that on NQ. You would have made more. And it's like, okay, yeah, you're right, and that's coming from a place of positivity, but that's not really the most responsible. But the way you just did that there, Zooks, now that's good stuff. Hi, Clay. Just my thoughts. Consolidation for a couple hours, then finish the day near the open for morning, like I said. All right, sounds good, George. Appreciate the thoughts. If Clay gets a bandana, he's going to be, oh boy. All I am thinking, Clay, is we might see a 70-point push to either long or short of the morning range. All right, Bob. Yeah. Did that one guy ever tell us how he's going to make money from the breakout? Proven Holy? Yeah, Proven Holy. Did you give us a trade plan or no? Did I miss it? No. Well, what in the world? I fully expect you to get at least, I don't know. I could see blowing up this account today. I'm just based on the nature of the action. I mean, I mean, this bounce here was a 100-point bounce. 100-point bounce. So I could see an account blow up today. And I'll be fine with it just because, yeah. No, obviously I'm not going to try. I'm just saying I would not be shocked. Because that's just how crazy today is. It has been very, very volatile. Like, I know I'm red, but this is, it's such a, please, action, carry into next week. Like, this is good. The movement is back. This is great. Yeah? Okay, well, you go downstairs now, okay? Go find Mommy. Go find Nina. Not able to buy it. Looks like a system error. Somebody else mentioned that. I don't know. Yeah. Who has anybody else bought Take Private Trader accounts today? I know Zach did. Zach said he bought a couple. Elusive Ones, you bought 4 Take Private Trader accounts today? Is that what you're saying? Bought 2 and it was fast. I bought several TPT. Today, though, we're saying. Because some people here like the DOMs. They use it. They like to keep an eye on it. That's why Star Wars. I had one account. I had one in my account went created. I had no Trader 8 login or wasn't. Nueve service is still loading. I bought one yesterday, today. Got 5 minutes going. It's already active. Okay, yeah. So Nueve service is still loading. I don't know. Maybe just try refreshing. Maybe just like log out of everything loadots and start over again. Bought one, no issues. Okay. I don't know. Maybe you're not using code Clay, and that's why loadots are using code Clay. That's probably the problem. If you were to use code Clay, I bet it would go through just charmingly smooth. And right here, I'm glad I hopped out. Just that did not feel right at all to have this beautiful candle show up and then all of a sudden have it starting to putz around. So I can't say that I'm shocked by that. That's why I hopped out. Glad I did. Always using. Okay. I mean, that was just a joke, but thank you for using code Clay. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe just try refreshing. Long. We going to 580. And where's your stop at, Chase? About to buy another one. I just blew one up. Yeah, yep. Like I was saying, Zach, today I get it. For anybody here, if you've lost some prop accounts, I get it. I used code Clay, bought one. Well, thank you, GM. You have an Apex code? I do. Code Clay. These are who I have codes with. Very quickly. So yes. If you're wanting to use Apex or whatever, code Clay. Thank you, Linus, for asking. And I'm presuming you'll use it, so yeah, thank you for asking. But yes, if you're a beginner to the prop firm space, definitely take Profit Trader. Well, I think Take Profit Trader is the best in the biz, but all right, maybe we get another trade up here now. So we basically have a bear pennant here that is formed. So bear pennant right there. Does it deliver? That remains the question, but that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. Ooh, that looks good. I have to get in or try to get in. All right, I'm in. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to try to play and wait for a breakdown of the line, but at least see if it wants to come down here and test that line. I'm going to really try to trust this one. I do like bear pennants. I'm going to add in another 5 down at that red line if it comes back down, because that would look even better. Okay, added in 5 up there too. Like I said, if this thing comes up here and just eats away this candle here, well, then so be it. But let's see. Oh, yeah, as soon as all that happened, Zach, I was like, no, that's wild. If this thing eats away this candle, whatever, you win. You win. Okay, added in some more. Let's see if it rejects. If it doesn't, well then, it's not going to be pleasant for me. Come on, keep coming down. Come on. Okay, I'm going to start to bring my stop down now. Is it? Come on. Flush. Flush. Let go to the downside. Let go. Do it, do it, do it. Release. Release the Kraken. Okay, stopped out there. There we go. There we go, folks. You got to, if you see a pattern you like, be aggressive with it, trust it. And there we go. It still might go. Like I said, I probably got, not probably, I did. I got way too tight with that final stop loss. But I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to let this thing go and then keep me in the red. So I need it to play out perfectly. What do I mean by perfectly? When it was coming down and I had my stop loss super tight, I needed the break to happen right then and there. There was no wiggle room for error. It needed to happen right then and there. Now, if you did not need to play it perfectly, well, then yeah, maybe you have a stop up here still. You're giving this thing plenty of time to still break down through. But given my macro sense of how the day was going, I was like, you know what? It's either going to be perfect or I'm still going to be in the green. But this still, I might still try to, I mean, depending on how this develops, if this thing comes up here and then starts to come back down here again, I'll grab another short on it. But like I said, 11 trades today. Stopped only 3 times. Well, good job. Good job. Are you green? Good morning. Quick question. Many RAMs on your PC and specification is mine is outdated. Oh, yeah, I should. Yeah, there's I don't know. That's something I forgot. Yeah. If let me This is who built my current computer. Now, I'm on a laptop right now, but at my home computer, this is who asked that. Arturo. Check them out, and if you're, I'm not saying they will for sure, but just say, hey, check them out. And if you want them to build you a computer, like I said, they built mine. It's great. I love it. I'm not getting paid anything if you use them to sign up, but and I'm not promising, but if you do want to get something there, reach out to them first and say, hey, I'm here through claytrader.com, and maybe they'll hook you up with a little bit of a deal. I don't know. Again, I'm not getting paid from it. That's just strictly from they built my computer, and I really do enjoy it. So but there you go. That is, in other words, I don't talk computers. I have no idea what you just typed. You just started to type a bunch of big words about NVIDIA GeForce GT 730. I have no idea what you just said. But that is who built my desktop at home. I've had it now for, 8 months. It's great. It's great. Again, I'm not at home right now. I'm at my in-laws. I will be back at my desk on Monday. Is anybody short right now? Give me a 2 if you're currently short. If you're not anything, don't hit anything. I just want to see who is short right now. Give me a 2. Thanks, Zooks. Abel is, HD is, Pure Tone is, Jim is. Yeah, I'd love to still be short right now, but as I explained, given my consequences, I needed it to perfectly flush right at that moment, or I was going to need to be stopped out. Proven one. Holy, I thought you were getting long. Trap, Clay? What's a trap? Oh, Trap City. So you're long right now then, Doji dude? Am I understanding right that you're long right now? I mean, if you think the shorts are getting trapped here, I'd assume you're getting long right here because that means it's going to bounce to the upside. So what's your entry point at, Doji dude? Not Doji do, Doji dude. Each play I've seen today has been okay. So but how are you going to make money from this? Is what I'm asking. Or are you just in lip flapper mode right now? I'm not in. Okay, so you're in lip flapper mode right now. So you don't actually believe that it's a trap. Because if you believed it was a trap, you'd be putting on a trade right now. You'd be getting long. So you are just armchair quarterbacking right now. Come on. I mean, the crazy thing here is like from this breakdown here to that slows right there, 83 down. I mean, that was still like a 20-point move right there, which doesn't seem like a lot. It seems like, man, that was kind of a weak break of the trend line. But again, today with the movement, still like 20 points. Hey, Clay, it's been so long since I've watched your streams. You look different. I wonder what makes me look different. If I think everything is a trap, why would I be in anything? Because you would take the opposite side of the trap. Like if you think it's a trap for the shorts, then then that would mean you think it's going to go up. So why don't you get long? Take advantage of the trap, right? If you think it's a trap, you would take advantage of the trap. And the way you would take advantage of, if you think the shorts are being trapped, then a long would turn out very well, right? Just like if you think the longs were getting trapped, a short would be the right move to take advantage of that trap. That's why, Doji Dude. Right. Hence my point. You don't actually think it's a trap. That's what's great about the markets. I was talking with my nephew last night. I was like, the great thing about the markets is a lot of people like to do this. But like ultimately, the market will force you to put your money where your mouth is. Like, okay, do you really think that? If so, put your money where your mouth is. And then I said, and then here's another thing. Tucker is his name. I was like, and the other cool thing, Tucker, is the market will tell you. There's no opinions in the market. It will tell you if it was a good idea or a bad idea. If you're making money, hey, the market's saying, well done, good idea. If you're losing it, bad idea. So I was like, that's the beautiful thing is, so many places you can just yap. Like think about like in the sports world, like fans go back and forth. They're just yapping. There's nothing that they can. Well, I guess I take that back. In a sense, with sports betting, I suppose you could put your money where your mouth is. So maybe that's not the best analogy. But many places in life, you really can. You can just run your mouth. And but here in the markets, it's like, okay, well, if you believe that, put your money where your mouth is. Well, no, I'm not going to do that. Okay, so in other words, you don't actually believe that. I'm $150 away from passing 20 accounts. Should I drop 2 micros? I don't know, Abel. You're the one trading 20 accounts. You're the expert here, Abel. What are you asking me for? Or what are you asking anybody for? The mere fact you're trading 20 accounts and you have to ask that, it's like, should you be trading 20 accounts? Hey, Jonathan, good to see you. Cranky Clay. How about Truthful Clay? I'm standing in a patch of fire. Do you think I should pour this gasoline around? Well, I'm not sure you should be standing in a patch of fire if you have to ask that question, Is it easy to link multiple accounts? Yes. Well, I mean, I guess everybody's got a different definition of easy, but with Take Profit Trader, with Tradeovate has a built-in trade copier, or in other words, where you link the accounts, but you can also get third-party softwares too. You just schooled this, guys. Well, the thing is, when you just, it's if you don't pat people on the head and tell them what they want to hear, or you just, if you ignore stuff, but if you address it to try to help the person, some people do view that as cranky. They're like, man, why is this guy being cranky? He's not just going along with what everybody says. Some people will call that being a jerk. It's just like, no wonder why society is so weak. He's mean. He didn't just blindly agree with me. What a jerk. He's cranky. He's cranky. Those people, all I got to say to them is their tears taste delicious. Those salty tears taste delicious. I wish I could bottle them up. Instead of bottled water, I want bottled tears. All right. Getting a little tricky right now. Because we are in an overall downtrend. We're still basically in kind of an early phase of this bear pennant breakdown. But now we have 3, not the greatest hammer candles, but all these lower shadows showing up, lower wicks, whatever you want to call them. I don't trust them enough to go long, but because they're there, I'm scared to go short. Hi, Clay. I saw you'll be doing a webinar on January 8th. That's 2 a.m. night. Yeah, it will be recorded. Yep. So if you can't make it live, that's okay. It'll be sent to you. It's rejecting the trend line. What trend line are you referring to? Hey, if you're enjoying this in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be great. We are going for 300 likes today, maybe even 400. But yeah, if you're enjoying in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button, it is appreciated. Yeah, I mean, I'm tempted to go short here, but it's just these lower shadows. It's like, are these things going to all of a sudden? Because at one point, this was a red body candle. It came back up. This was a red body candle. Came back up. This is a red body. Came back up. Right now, is this one about to come back up too? I don't know. So I'm just going to sit here. Was gone an hour and looks like you made back a bit. Yeah. It's still not good of a day is what it was, because at some point, that number there was, I don't even want to know. I don't want to know, because I am back into the overall green, so I'll take it. But yeah, trusted this pattern here. Built some size, got the move down. I needed a perfect flush. I didn't get the flush, so I closed out. But had I gotten the perfect flush, then yeah, this number would have gone to the green, I would think, for sure. But still, it reduced, and you know, all things considered, so far so good. But the stream is not over. I think the action does seem to be slowing down here a little bit. I think, relatively speaking, it's kind of just putzing around a little bit. But who knows? Maybe another big swing shows up. Watching you trade live and listening to your analysis has been huge for me. Oh, well, good. Depu. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, but glad you found it helpful. Clay, usually 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. No, next week I'm going back to my normal hours. The live stream will start at 11 a.m. Eastern. I just mixed it up this week because it was a holiday week, very dead. So decided to just do the open. I was talking about this earlier. I don't really like streaming the open though. The chat box is too quiet. I understand why, because people are, well, I'm trading, Clay. It's the open. I'm totally fair. But as somebody that likes to interact with the chat, I don't know. I'm sure. I mean, I'll do more opens in the future. No pun intended, in the future. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back to my normal schedule next week. Just getting back to the normal swing of things. My in-laws are great. The setup here is great. They just give us their upstairs, so I have my own little space right here where I'm working. But yeah, there's just something I think everybody can relate to. Just being at your own place that feels good. I love the trading. The open. $400 drawdown for the day. 400 drawdown for the day. What do you mean? You have $400 left on the account of drawdown? After that flush earlier was 800. So that was a losing trade then. What do you think the best trading hours are? There's the dump. Man, if anybody weathered that storm, good job. The bear pennant was not necessarily the cleanest thing. Whoops. So I'd mapped this out earlier about, the bear pennant that I played. I didn't have the luxury of playing it super, so just broadly speaking, so that's where I was getting short. But yeah, it broke down and then patience was tested. So is anybody here? Did anybody, get short somewhere right around here and then sit through this? That was the test phase. Do you really want the breakdown? But you got it. You had to wait for it. Did anybody sit through that? If so, congratulations. Well done. For real. That's good stuff. That is ironclad patience there. Because yes, it broke the trend line and it never did anything wrong. It just went sideways a little bit and you're finally getting paid for your patience. So yeah, congratulations if you got short kind of where I did, but you were able to hold longer. But yeah, the bear pennant, not a totally clean breakdown, but it worked out nice. I feel awkward trading anywhere else that is not my house. Yeah, I can see that. It does. It's just, yeah, there's just something off about it. And I still have kind of in the back of my mind. I mean, the internet that my in-laws are on is 11. They got 11 upload speed. So, I mean, we're hanging on by a thread. So there's always that in the back of my mind, like, I hope he'll hang on. I hope we'll hang on. But it's I guess really shout out to YouTube or the upload technology that you can have a live stream on YouTube for not that much of upload speed. Maybe a double bottom here. I'm thinking about it. So this white line here represents the low of the day. So on that note, the price can never get down below the white line. The white line will just itself get pushed down lower. While market wants to sweep the whole range, looks like they want the down level. Oh boy. Oh boy. Should I ask Bob who he means by they? I won't, because I don't feel like getting into any potential discussions. We're not going to have the they conversation. Not today. Not today. It's Friday. It's a new year. Yeah. I'll let, if you guys want to have the they conversation with him, that's fine. But the they conversation is kind of like the birds and the bees conversation. I'm not looking to have the birds and the bees conversation every day. Yeah, exactly. Not today. Not today. Well, if it bounces from here, it is what it is. Broadly speaking, I had the right idea. It's essentially like a double bottom. But that's also why broad statements don't work, right? Because broadly speaking, if this bounces, I was right. Yeah, double bottom. The problem is I had the details wrong. I was looking for more so the white line as an entry area. If you have the right sunglasses, you can see them making... Oh, yeah, that's true. We need to sell some of those. Agreed, Jordan. Agreed. 100% agreed. What's that white line? I say this with all due respect, but for my mental sanity's sake, I can't have that. I literally just explained that like 14 seconds ago. So maybe somebody else can explain, but like I don't mean any disrespect, but from my mental health standpoint, I'm not going to explain that again. I literally just did. All right, let's see if it wants... I like these couple of candles here. Interesting. Maybe I'm getting a little too spicy, but like, I don't know. I'm looking over at the 5. Is this pivot point going to come into play? If so, I mean, we're looking at 308 down to here. Man, that'd be that's a lot of points right there. But I don't. Or is this finally some sort of bottom for me? I don't. Just thinking out loud, like I said, when I looked over at the 5, and I'm like, oh man. Could that pivot really come into play? It's a line that I needed to go down to and some more. Okay, Alex, that's true. That's fair. That could be another description of it. Yes, I have no problem. I have no problem conceding that there are algos part of the market. But if you think algos control the market, I got some oceanfront property in Nebraska. I'll sell you. Number go down. Okay, Chase is trying to rage bait me. So I'm not... Good try, Chase, but I'm not going to fall for it. Good try, Chase. I'm not going to fall for that rage bait. I appreciate your effort, though. Okay, ES is also down at a pivot point, double bottom. Yeah, so that's a little different on the ES. ES 5-minute, you can see, is actually at the pivot point. NASDAQ, if you were to look, is a little bit below the pivot point right now, but right now, dotted brown line, you can never hit exactly, but close. Bounce, and right now trying to bounce again. So yeah, for anybody with the ES, If you're thinking double bottom, I see what you're seeing. I don't know if it'll be a double bottom. That's why risk management matters, but I can see it. I can see why you might be thinking that. Clay, if I only trade 1 to 2 days a week due to work, can I still? Yes, you can. Yep. Good question. But yeah, you'll be fine. And I like the long at the white line, but right now I'm just too scared to get long because there's like a little miniature bear pennant here. Doesn't mean but like I said, for me and my contingency, I wanted the long. I was interested in the long at the white line, and if it doesn't hit it, well then that is just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Yeah. Well, we have to just agree to disagree on that one, Bob. What you describe is an immense amount of power. To think that an institution, somebody has an algo that can create that sort of power would make them the most powerful person in the world, because they would be the richest people in the world, because they can quite literally control the markets in the way you're describing. I don't find that. At the end of the day, I define they as buyers and sellers, because that's what a market is. It's buyers and sellers competing against each other. Some buyers and sellers use algorithms. Some use, their own brains. Some use a variety of reasons. There's different tools of how buyers and sellers interact with one another. Again, an algorithm is a tool. Yes, I have no problem saying that buyers and sellers will use algorithms to implement their ideas. But to think that an algorithm has the all-powerful power to, like, drag a market up. Like, think about that. Drag a market up. Do you know how much volume are in a market? So, yes, my definition of they are buyers and sellers, because that's what we're in. We're in a market. Markets are made up of buyers and sellers, supply and demand. I know it's not as cool as like, oh, it's the bots, it's the market makers, it's the blah, 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 blah. I know it's not that cool sounding, but yeah, usually the boring explanation is the explanation. Imagine trading minis in this crazy day and being on the wrong side. Oh, yeah, exactly, day trader. Yes, there have been many blown accounts without doubt. And today on a day like this, I can understand. It makes perfect sense. The Illuminati never lose. That's true. That's true. Yeah, so we're in no man's land for me right now. For those of you that were not here, I was watching the white line, which is the low of the day. Thinking about maybe a long down there for a potential double bottom. And it got close. It got close right there, but never quite hit it. But because we're still kind of in double bottom territory, I'm like, I don't know if I really want to get short right here, because if this is a double bottom and it comes up here, that short's not going to work. So that's where I'm kind of just sitting on my hands. Bob, I'm not, like I said, we'll agree to disagree. No problem there. But you have some massive logical problems when you factor in economic history with your position. That you will not be able to. I think we've had this before, Bob. Some people they need to think of they need to go down the conspiracy route at all times. The account might stop today buying the dip, and then when I got liquidated, it was 20 past it down. The account when my stop today buying the dip, and when I got liquidated, it was 2,200. Oh man, dude, Ken Griffey Jr. He was one of my favorite players growing up. Yeah, that's exactly it, Todd. That's ultimately where I think the desire comes from. It's a good wife saver. It's a good for us dudes when we lose a bunch of money. It is nice. Well, it was they took advantage of us, honey. It wasn't my fault, honey. It was they. It was the algorithm. It wasn't me, honey. It wasn't my fault. I just lost her life savings, honey. It was they. It was the it is a nice scapegoat. Don't get me wrong. Like, I understand why people subconsciously do it, because they don't have to blame themselves. Honey, I know our kids can't go to college anymore, but it wasn't me. It was Ken Griffin. In fact, honey, let's go sue Ken Griffin. Are you looking for a buy right now? No, I'm looking for the meaning of life right now. I am interested in a buy, but only at the white line. I really should just adopt that. Like, honey, we live under this bridge right now because of Ken Griffin. It wasn't me that lost all the money. It was not my decisions. No. It's Ken Griffin. I think I might adopt that. I mean, it is really good. It's a good excuse maker. What's the white line indicator? I have no idea. No. Again, I mean no offense, Smig, but for my own mental health, I just can't address that again. I've addressed it about 4,000 times in the past 2 seconds. So if somebody else wants to be a sweetheart, Peter Griffin. This is starting to whisper to me, though. I should probably not put this line in because it's going to cause me to take a short here. But oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, it's looking kind of juicy. It's looking kind of juicy like my booty. Shout out to the sweethearts. I appreciate you giving the sweethearts a shout out. Huh? Good. Some of you caught it, huh? Well, it's now up to the 21 EMA. That's what this green line here is representing. SLV. Do not trade SLV. If you're trading SLV, that means you're in the stock market and you're trading ETFs, and that means you're very using your capital very inefficiently to trade SLV, and you're taking on so much more risk. Let's see, 46 up to basically 20-point stop. I'll try a short here. See if it wants to get rejected off of the 21 EMA. In? No. Oh, what did I do? What is going on? Okay. I like double click there. I did not mean to do that. That was the operator error on my part. I'm going to try another short down here if it comes back down. You just hit the like. Well, thank you. Yeah, if people are just hitting the like button, I appreciate it. Yeah, we're going for 300 likes. That's our goal. In. Little stop there. I'm going, like I said, just trying to get scalps here. So little scalp there. Nothing fancy. Test. I thought I banned you, Richard. Maybe I must have just given you a timeout. I thought Richard got the ban hammer. Oh, it was only the timeout? Okay. Slowly coming back from the $500. Thought today was going to be boring, and man, yeah. No, that's what I was saying earlier. I got today so wrong in the speed of today. I was like, oh man, today might be a snooze fest. It has been anything but. I can only imagine the amount of accounts blown today. We've all kind of slowly been numbed over the past couple of weeks to like very just, typical holiday trading, very slow. And then all of a sudden today, booyah. Which, by the way, don't just a 10-second commercial real quick, even 10 seconds. If you like the live stream and you're in the prop firm space and you want to support the live stream and you're using any of these accounts or prop firms and you want to, like I said, support the stream, use code Clay. These are all the accounts that I have a code with. So, that is the way to ensure that the stream continues is to use code Clay because this is totally viewer supported. I have ads turned off, so I am making exactly $0.00 from YouTube ads because I want you to have an ad-free experience. But yes, if you want to ensure the stream continues, this is completely viewer supported. And the good news is by the way to support it also saves you money anyways because if you use code Clay, you're getting the current deals at whatever prop firm you're using. So it's a win-win for everybody. So yes, I appreciate you letting me talk about that very quickly. I got to start to remember to do that. I don't know, maybe every hour or so, just let people know how they can support the stream. I appreciate that ad-free experience. Well, you're welcome, Mitmont. All right, maybe another short here. If it hits that green line and then comes back down. Yeah, no, I want to see it actually poke its head a little bit above the green line, then come back down. I'm going to try another short. If you have ads on, you still make money from people that you have YouTube Premium? I don't know. I don't know how that works. That's a great question. Come on. I want to see it, like I said, go slightly above the green line here, which is the 21 EMA. And then I'll get my entry order in there for a short. But step one, like I said, it's got to poke its head a little bit above there. Just signed up. Hope the kiddos enjoy it. Well, thank you, Porthos. I appreciate that. Feeding hungry kids. Yes, code Clay feeds hungry kids. I have 6 kids, and I assure you they are hungry. So, yes, you are feeding hungry children when you use code Clay. Okay. There we go. Short at the red line if it wants to come back down. All right, never mind on that one. Too big of a risk profile at this point. So back to the drawing board. I appreciate the live trading footage. Well, thank you, Vista Edge. The amount of times I've used code Clay, they should be... Oh, stop it, trading UIC. You probably use it like 4 times because you never blow up your accounts. Come on, man. All right, that looks kind of tasty. 3. There we go. Okay, I'll try a short here, but with just 3 contracts now instead of 5, since my profile is going to be a little bit bigger. Oh, as it pushes back up, never mind there. So back to the drawing. Ooh, that had... Uh-oh. Okay, that was instant. It seemed like there's a little bit of a delay on my end. So given I'm not on the best internet right now, and given Tradeovate has a track record of kind of going through its little glitches, I wanted to make sure. But I think I'm okay. Still in for the long 580. You mean your target's 580, Chase? Is that what you're saying? Hey, we are 11 likes away from 300. So if we have 11 people out there that are enjoying, our goal for the stream is 300 likes. So if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form and willing to hit that like button, it helps. It helps. I know it doesn't seem like a lot. Well, clicking that button doesn't really do anything. It does. It helps. So yeah. And right now it's helping us to hit our goal. All right, Chase. So Chase and I trade nothing alike. That dude's target is 580. He could be holding for the next few hours, and that's fine. Chase is what I would call a sway trader. A combination of a swing and day trader. So, the thought of holding 10 minutes makes me want to lose my mind. But Chase is a guy that's apparently, hey, man, I don't mind holding for 8 hours. Cool. That's not my style, but if it works for you, go for it, man. Thank you, Evil Shaddix. Appreciate it. Clay, on a losing streak. I'm going to have to sit on hands for the next few days. All right, Townsy. Yeah, if that's what you think is best, nothing but respect. Hey, 312 likes. Thank you, everybody. Dumb question. Where is the like button? That is a great question. I don't know. Where is the like button? Okay, we can't. Okay. What a move. Wow. I'm interested in a potential short up around this area here, the overnight high. So we'll see if it can work its way up to there. Maybe try to take a scalp up there. I'm sure it will double at the 21 on the 5, just above that. Gotcha. And then where do you put your stop at after you double, Neil? It's the thumbs up button? Okay, yeah. You have to close the comments if you are on a phone. Gotcha. Thank you, Baited Castaways. Again, I'm interested in well, I guess in hindsight, I'm totally hindsight trading now, but yeah, would have been a beautiful scalp right here off the purple line. So not shocking to see it take a little break here. This is a downward sloping 50 period moving average. Thanks, that worked. Well, no, thank you for hitting the like button. It's appreciated. Yeah, I'm interested up around, the 425-ish area for a short. I didn't realize how much I was trading against my strong suit all these months. Went back to the old ways and passed an account in a week. No, isn't that crazy how that works? Evil Shaddix was good. I'm glad you found that lost component of your situation. Dang, I am back up 150. I was being down. Good job, MR. Dang, I am back. Okay. When you said dang, I was like, oh, wait, did I read that wrong? Is he actually back down? But no, I read that right. You were back up after being down 150. Fantastic. Good job. Like button is just beneath the video around middle. Thank you. Wait, what is your name? Oh, okay, there's an E in there. Okay. I thought your name was Meth Director. But there's an E in there. Okay, we're good. We're good. Right, exactly, Chase. That's what, yeah. Yep. Like I've said many times. For you sway traders that want to hold for hours on end, I understand. You think I'm crazy because I don't want to hold for like more than a minute. I get it. That's what's cool about trading. We can all look at each other and think each other's crazy, but we can all also still have valid strategies. Like some areas of life just don't work that way. Like I think we're all in agreement. Like like there's a down power line. The person that's gonna walk up to it and grab it with their bare hands as they stand in a puddle, we're all like, no, that's crazy. And we're kind of like, all right, like no, there is no. Well, that's crazy for some people, but other people that's not crazy. Well, Clay, it could be Superman, but hey, that's a different category. Superman is not a human. So some areas of the human experience. We can all, there is a definition of crazy, but trading is not one of those areas. I look at Chase and think he's a crazy lunatic. He looks at me and says, I'm a crazy lunatic, but I mean, I don't know who Chase is. I don't know if he's consistently profitable or not, but yeah, I know the idea of holding for hours on end can be just fine in the profitability standpoint. I don't know if I'm entering into the baboon mode here, but I'm actually thinking of a long now. But am I a baboon? There's something that's wanting me to now think long. But look at this purple line. What a dirty little dog that thing's been. The longs are despising this purple line right now, the 50 period something moving average. I don't know. I'm for some reason all of a sudden my little spidey senses for the bulls just showed up. Now waiting for a good pullback first. See, I mean, a pullback to me is like, okay, well now it's that the overall trend taking back over. So a pullback to me would have me back thinking it's bearish. Man, I'm just curious now. What is if I turn? Oh yeah, I can't even tell. Oh wait, maybe you can tell. I was looking at the wrong thing. Oh yeah, yeah. Got the nice natural light today. It's finally not cloudy. It's been cloudy almost every day here. Got the natural. Oh. Yeah, on the baboon question. Okay, so Mad K6 thinks I'm a baboon for wanting to go long there. How come you only look at short time frames? Well, I don't. Over here on this monitor, I have other time frames. This whole week was an algo sell to the 50. Oh, interesting. So an algorithm pushed the entire market down? That is one powerful algorithm. Okay, Mad MQ. Or I'm sorry, Mad K6. Looks like you were right. You were right to call me a baboon. I asked. I'm like, am I being a baboon? I'm thinking of maybe going long there. You nailed that, sir. Look at that. I would have basically bought the top of that. Thank you, Mad K6Q. Thank you for having the guts to call me a baboon. I appreciate it. That would have been a baboon move. How is Take Profit on honoring payouts? Fantastic. I've been paid by them many times. Others have been paid by them many times. They didn't just start last week. They're not based out of Somalia. They're not based out of North Korea. So they have a track record. So yes, they pay. A more than valid question though in the world of prop firms. But yes, that's why I have no problem putting my name next to them. And that's who I use. That's who I recommend. I'm still kind of interested in a long though. I think I don't know. Extend that out just to keep an eye on it out of curiosity, but I don't know. Am I just full-blown baboon right now? What I need to be careful of, though, I think this is easy. Nah, we can make it here. I'll bring over the 5-minute. So, if this is now some sort of sideways channel, then that's where it gets kind of sketchy for me. I'm just thinking out loud. If I'm thinking of buying this pullback on the 2-minute, well, if we're just headed down to kind of test the bottom area before we head back up, well, if I'm getting along there, that's going to be a losing trade. Sure, it might eventually come all the way back up, but I'm not that big of a baboon where I'm going to hold and hope through all that. So that's really what I'm trying to debate in my mind is maybe is this going to be a sideways channel for the rest of the day? We are, we're past noon, so about 12:30 Eastern. So I don't know, maybe the market's finally going to kind of chill out a little bit. Again, I don't know though. That's why I'm kind of hesitating and not really committing to anything per se, because I'm not quite sure what to think about the 5-minute and if this is some sort of channel. I made just over 100K in payouts last year at TBT, trading strictly 25. Yeah. So yeah. Nathan has been paid many times. Oh man, going up to 150Ks? Cool. Yeah, all right. I'm excited to see how that works out for you. I think I could see that working out really well for you. It's weird though. I mean, I know you know how to trade, so don't take this how I'm not saying it. But just be careful. When I started with the 150Ks, I got too aggressive because I saw like the position size and how you can really go huge position size. And then the temptation got me a few times. And to be fair, yeah, a few times it works out very, very well. But other times, it was not good. So just something to keep an eye on. Don't let the 150K massive size whisper into your ear too much. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Yeah. Pretty much all in one trade. This one right here, I got short. And the way that it played out, it was able to help me bring me back to green. There's a couple other ones, but yeah, thank you. As annoying as it is to cut losses and take losses and blah, blah, blah. If you cut the loss, you keep the account. You keep yourself alive. And as long as you're alive, you always got a chance to fight back. Okay, so you're kind of in that phase right now, it sounds like. I was also, in fact, I think way back when, I don't know, I don't know. I've been live streaming now about 11 months. So yeah, I don't know, maybe 8 months ago or so, 9 months ago, I could not pass a 150K. Like, I just couldn't do it. I had such a mental block. And then my first pass took me, there's a YouTube video on it somewhere. I want to say it took me like 3 weeks, something like that, maybe even longer. Because I had to just slow down. I'm like, stop with the huge size. You dented baboon. Stop. So yeah, my first ever pass on a 150K account did take, like I said, I want to say 15, 20 days. Really? Trading UIC likes the 75K. It's not, I've never not liked them. It's just, I don't understand. I don't understand the 75K. Like, I can understand arguments for the 25K, for the 50K. 100K is like, okay, kind of like 150K. But like the 75K has always just seemed so random to me. So not that I don't like it, it just seems I guess maybe that's in a form of not liking it, but so 75, yeah, right here, King Danny at Take Profit Trader. You can right here, you can go from 25K purchasing power, 50K, 75K, 100K, 150K. So 75K is our thing. But that's awesome. That I think that's fantastic. That for you, it just really illustrates. People are like, well, what's the best account size? It's like it whatever you feel best with. And here we have Trading YU saying that the 75K has become his favorite. I don't get that. That seems kind of weird to me. But hey, that's the great thing that we just talked about. Everybody, we can all be weird in our own ways, but really that's what trading is. Find the weird that works best for you. Oh, stop it, Vlad. You've been around for longer than 10 days ago, you dent. You've been around for at least a month. But yeah, still discouraging. I understand what you're actually saying. But yeah, a lot of people, I don't know how the algorithm works, but to see people show up, like, man, I followed you for a decade now. And that's great to see you live stream. I'm like, dude, I've been live streaming for like 11 months now. Wait, what? The algorithm just recommended me today. It's like, man, what do I got to do to, but I don't know. Do you explain your... my strategy is the KISS method. As I explained it here on the live stream, when people ask, what's your strategy? The KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Because I am a baboon. I'm not smart. I have no fancy terminologies. I don't have any if you're looking for like cool sounding strategies and cool sounding this, that, you're not going to find it here. I am a baboon. I have to use the KISS method. I like some candlesticks. I like some moving averages. I like the VWAP. I like some trend lines. And that's about it. Right, yeah, Bob, exactly. Yeah, so if you were to sign up, Bob, you would go and you would pick the account purchasing power you want. After that, during the checkout process, they're going to say, okay, now what platform do you want to use? And what I do here is Tradeovate. But you mentioned NinjaTrader, so if you like NinjaTrader, you could use them too. So yes, that's why I say the platform, the broker, whatever you want to call it, has two layers. Layer one, a prop firm. That prop firm, Take Profit Trader. Layer number two is Tradeovate. I'm using Tradeovate to execute all my trades, but I'm doing Tradeovate through the prop firm itself. So there you go, Bob. Time to get signed up finally. Code Clay, Take Profit Trader. Let's go. Oh, thank you, Joey, so much for asking. I do. Thank you. Man, that warms my heart that you took the time to ask. I do. If you like Lucid, right there. Code Clay. Thank you, Joey. Very kind of you. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting soft in my old age, but that's the stuff that warms my heart. He took the time to just ask, hey, man, I love the live stream. I'd like to support. Do you have a code with such and such? And there we go. So thank you, Joey. I mean, it doesn't have to be agreed. Yeah. Right, Visage. That is my explanation of my strategy is the KISS method. I like to keep it simple, stupid. I do it all, man. I do it all. I'll take some trends. I'll try to catch some tops. I'll try to catch some bottoms. I mean, I'm just reading the chart. I'm just reading the chart. The chart is my play. Yeah, I'm a baboon. The chart is my playground. I'll play patterns. Sometimes within a pattern, that means I'm trying to catch a top. Other times, maybe I'm trying to catch a bottom. Sometimes I'm just chasing some momentum for, a moment. There are ways to trade where you can, when you look at, again, I can't even get into it, but like some people, and I understand why, I think and there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it per se, but they make trading so rigid that it's like, and again, nothing wrong with it, but you better be okay with maybe only making a couple trades a day, maybe a couple trades a week. But they are reputable. Well, again, the other thing, Bob, is let's just take this to the I'm worried. Are they reputable or not? Like, are they trustworthy or not? Just to illustrate how kind of silly of a point it is, let's just take it down a pathway. Let's say no, they're a scam. I am part of the scam. We are all trying to scam you out of your money, Bob. Well, if you are that Larry, then you know what? Go with the 25K. It'll cost you $90. So you will be scammed out of $90. Now, I understand money doesn't grow on trees, all that, that's fine. And I say this with all due respect to everybody, but like, if you getting scammed out of $90 is going to cause you to have to live under a bridge, you have some other things in your personal finances that you are going to need to worry about. So, I mean, at the end of the day, like, it's $90. Now, if this was $900, $9,000, okay, I way more understand that. But it's $90. Like, just, some people you're just overly paranoid. Again, I've been paid. Many people here can attest. They will pay. But just to take it to the extreme, like I said, if you getting scammed out of $90 means financial ruin, I don't think trading's for you at this moment in your journey. In your opinion, you find trading 3NQ on a 25K? Find 3 trading. I don't know, trading UIC. At the end of the day, it's just it's a $90 trade. It's a $90 stop loss. Well, that's what I'm saying, Bob. I'll just concede your point. Such and such trades, and it was a crap show. Let's just say it is a crap show. You're like, all right, this is a crap show. I'm leaving, and you're out $90. You know what I mean? I have two. Trading live is crazy. You're crazy, Bob. You're risking way more than you should. You're not getting the ROIs that you could. But I'm glad you like my thinking. But anyways, back to do I trade overly aggressive? So at the end of the day, I mean, trading. The way I view all this as each account is a trade. If you think about an individual trade has a stop loss, and that stop loss has a monetary dollar associated with it, right? So if you have 100 shares of something and you're risking $1, well, then that means you're going to lose $100 if you're wrong on that trade. So I just look at the prop firms as the same thing. So for the 25K account AK trade, your stop loss is $90, right? Because that's the worst case. If you go and blow up the account, you lose $90 out of your wallet. If you take this trade, so we'll call it the 75K trade, your stop loss is $147 because that's what you buy the account for. If you go out there and lose $2,500, you violated the rule of the prop firm. Therefore, they will take away the account. But you don't lose $2,500, you just lose what you bought it for, $147. So each one is a trade in of itself. So for example, I don't know if Elusive Lens is here, but we had a member that's been around forever. He bought a 150K account. So he took a trade here. His trade stop loss was 102. And so that's where we have right there, 102. And then he has been paid so far on that trade. He has not blown up his account because he's been disciplined. He's grown it. He's not, gotten the trades. He's been paid $9,467. That's an ROI of 9,181%. Now, this sounds like a scam, but you have to remember the reason why these ROIs are possible is because within the ROI equation, the amount invested is very, very little. So the lower you have invested, aka at risk, then the more, the quicker the gains and such add up from an ROI standpoint. So yes, in other words, if you want to go trade it super aggressive, at the end of the day, your stop loss on that trade, on that account, is $90. So that is how I personally view the prop firm spaces. Each account is a trade in and of itself. And like any trade, you're trying to work that trade to get as much out of it as possible. And like I said, like I showed that one, I think Elusive Lens, he has taken on that trade for 102, and he's worked it so well that he's been paid over $9,000 from it. So I don't know if that makes sense, but that's how I think of the prop firm space. Each account you have has a stop loss. What is that stop loss on that trade? It is the account itself. So whatever you paid for the account, that is the stop loss. I don't know what to do with this thing. Right now, this is a hard short because you have a trend line here. You also have the 50-period moving average here. So I guess if anything, you'd want to let it come down through this to try to get confirmation. I'm just thinking out loud. But yeah, there's no way I'm going to try to anticipate a break of this line because that would require me to basically be shorting right at the 50-period, which could create a bounce point. So yeah, basically if the prop firm is legit, basically if futures contracts with basic options cost, I want to scale up and maybe a way to do it. Well, yeah, oh yeah, Bob, if you want to scale up, yes, because I haven't even talked about copy trading. And then you could have 5 accounts at once, Bob. So like, for example, if you have 5 accounts and on one trade you make, account number 1, you go and you make $500. But then if you copy this to your 5 other accounts, well, now all of a sudden this 500 trade happened 4 more times. So sure, you only made one trade for $500, but because you copied it, you actually just made $2,500 because that $500 trade happened 5 times. Now, the writing on the wall there is if you misbehave and you copy trades, you're now copying your bad decisions to these other accounts too. So, I mean, there's a give and take there. But, yeah, if you're looking to scale and you're looking to, create very potentially explosive situations, yeah, copy trading is another thing that makes, I think, prop firms a whole lot of sense. Can you copy with NinjaTrader? No, you have to get a third-party platform. That's a good way to look at it. Yeah, to me, it makes sense. And to me, it helps because I come from the world where when I traded stocks, okay, I'm going to trade Tesla. Let me pick up 300 shares. All right, yeah, Tesla probably needs, it probably needs at least a $1.50 stop loss because Tesla can be very volatile. Well, if I have 300 shares and my stop is a $1.50, that's $450 that I'm risking on that trade. $450. And then you hop over here and you look at, the prop firm space, and that's the equivalent of like 4 prop accounts in and of itself. So for me, one trade, I could go and get the equivalent of 4 trades within the prop firm world. Because again, I could buy essentially 4 450K accounts for the price of what I'm risking on one stock trade. So that's what I mean when I say day trading stocks is just such garbage. It's a bad use of capital. If you use TradingView or similar with third-party like TraderSync, multiplies can become a... Yeah. I mean, yeah, the copy trading... Well, I mean, what in life can't become a problem? But... I hear you. Okay, this is looking kind of interesting for a short here. If it gets down through there. I just don't want it to bounce back up in my face here. We're right at that. But notice it's a double whammy. It's the trend line and the moving average. So I'm just not going to get short right at that double whammy. Hey, thank you, Sky Mountain. Happy New Year to you too. Yeah, that's too scary of a short. I don't like getting short right at this little congestion point. I don't know what it seems like a coin flip, 50-50. And to be fair, with the 50-50 coin flip, you're not at a disadvantage because it's 50-50, but also you're not at an advantage either because it's 50-50. So I'm not here to take 50-50 trades. I want to seem like I want to be under the impression I have some kind of edge. I am a live trader and have been in market for 12 years. I do all of it. I use. Yeah, Bob. Bob, if you try the prop firms and then you get into the copy trading, obviously I can't say for sure, but I'll put it this way: I have a high confidence level that you will love it, and you will be here like, man, thank you everybody for making me aware of these things called prop firms, because you're already aware of futures. That's great. Some people aren't even aware of futures. They show up thinking like trading small cap stocks is a good idea. But at least you know that futures are already a good idea. All right, Finish clearly has some experience with the copying. You can't buy as many bananas day trading stocks. That is true. And given I'm a baboon, I want some bananas. Give me them bananas, boy. Give me those bananas, boy. See what I mean? That short would have been so messy right now. It's just, I mean, yeah, it came down a little bit. So I suppose if you scalped it, you'd be okay. But right now, I don't know what it wants to do. Maybe it doesn't want to flush, doesn't want to bounce. I wouldn't be shocked by either. Therefore, that's kind of how I know I've arriven in my mind at a 50-50 setup. On that note, that I think this is a good case for a good time for a quick little bathroom break. I'll be back. All right, maybe trying again. Trying to get short here. Only two, though. So if this works out in my favor, I'll be just all upset that I only did two. But if it doesn't work out, I'll be sitting here saying how smart I was to only do two contracts. So let's see if it wants to come down. Scary to not be able to enter bracket orders to be when copy trading. Did I just get stopped? Well, that didn't last very long. All right, well, never mind on that one. Mad, honest question, Mad K6, do you trade? Do you even trade, or do you just like hang out? Because you're kind of like one of the attempted class clowns. I mean, sometimes you're funny, other times, like anybody. That's the thing with trying to be funny. It's a risk-reward scenario. Sometimes it turns out well, sometimes it doesn't. Like Mad K6Q, do you, and what, I don't care. Like, it's not like it's a requirement you have to trade to hang out. But do you even trade? I exited with quick 20 points. You can short now. Good job, Chaw. You always done 2-minute chart or tried others and found 2-minute? Oh, I mean, over the years, I've done the 1 minute too. Not often now. Why not? I'm going to try another short here. With it coming back down, maybe this will be more so the move. Great looking candle here. Come on. Okay, filled. Come on, keep coming down. Come on. Oh, beautiful candle. Come on, deliver for me here. I couldn't ask for a better looking setup here all of a sudden. Will it deliver, though? Come on. Capital tied up. Weeble advisor trades for me. Oh, brother. So you are an actual baboon. A Weeble advisor is trading for you. What does that even mean? Come on. Oh, brother. Come on, man. Do you typically alternate? Yeah, yeah. And I'll trade gold sometimes, too. In fact, this $300 is from a gold trade today. Are you serious? All right, this is tilt producing possibly. I'm going to add, though. If this comes back down here at this point, that would be such a good setup that I will add. But I got to put my stop up there, though, at this point. I will be very annoyed if this thing... man. That was such a good-looking candle. Like I said, if it comes down, then I'm ready to add to it, but... Looks like making a bowl. Maybe. Again, blue line is my entry. Red line, I'm looking to add to it. Come on. Well, I'll look at the bright side. At least it didn't come down here, fill me, and then bounce up. So, at least it wasn't that cruel. Come on, let's see if I can add. Okay, added. Keep coming down. Release. Okay, Chase is just being banned. He's been obnoxious since he's shown up. And we'll put him in timeout. Come on. There we go. There we go. I didn't like how it snapped down. That was a little much. I liked more of the smoother ones. I mean, fine, it worked out great. But people like Chase, that's why they're timed out. It's going to eat your stop. Good, yeah, good call, Chase. Good call, Chase. That's why you're in timeout right now, you baboon. The guy freaking waiting for 580 points by the end of the day is telling me my stop's going to get eaten. And then after he says that, it drops. Do you see what I mean, Chase? Like when you're a newbie, just watch. Just watch, Chase. You can't make this stuff up. That indicator, the indicator of when somebody shows up and they makes like such a certainty comment. Like, and then it literally does the exact opposite. If you've been here, you know what we're talking about. Who was it? Somebody on Monday was like, oh man, that's going to go down. And then it went like straight up. Like, now again, today it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but on the day that he did that, it went up like 40 points, which again, the past week, a 40-point move was actually considered really big. I do realize that today, 40 points is like nothing. And then this Chase guy, it's going to eat your stop. And then you can't make this stuff up. And while that stings, I should have held. But it's going to eat your stop. And then it's literally doing the exact opposite thing. Goodness, this is what... So I was telling a lot of my brother-in-laws, like, the one thing that... Because they were asking me about the live stream. I said, the one thing that I struggle with and that's hard to know is, like, for all I know, I am, like, I'm interacting with some, 15-year-old that lives in mom's basement. And Chase could be one of those. I mean, I want to think Chase is probably one of those guys. Like, but you just don't know. You just don't know. Like, that's what makes live streaming hard is you never quite know who you're interacting with. But anyways, there we go. As soon as he said that, I should have known that, like, I was about to get paid way bigger than what I actually got paid. Absolute clown show. I think that's what unfortunately, we don't have that many baboons show up. Like, normally people are just not that. I don't even know what the psychological, but like, we don't really have that many people show up. It's maybe once a week that show up and they make some sort of bold claim like that. But like, I really do need to act the opposite of whatever the bold claim is. Like, that is, I kid you not, we've got to be on like a 9 streak of where the person makes a bold claim and it does the exact opposite. Hey, Cat Monk. New strategy. Yeah, that might be the strategy. Yes, Albert, you do. You 100% influence all that I do here, Albert. I'm not sure why you would even ask that. Does the chat actually influence your trading decision? I don't recall ever saying it influenced my trading decision. I thought, to be fair, maybe I didn't speak clearly. I thought I was saying, I just find it amazing how when some people show up and say something, how the market will do the exact opposite, almost like right away. So yeah, I'm not sure how. Again, maybe I misspoke, but yeah, none of this has to do with them, whether or not they're influencing my decisions. I was just making an observation. But yes, Albert, your comments do influence my decisions for sure. In fact, when people ask from now moving forward, hey Clay, what's your strategy? I'm just gonna call it the Albert. I don't know if you're fat or not, but I'm just to spice up it. I'm gonna call it the Fat Albert. What's your strategy? The Fat Albert strategy. Because Albert's decisions influence everything I do. Okay, so we got the Fat Albert. What does that look like? Can we make a cool, like, accurate, or whatever those things are? The FA. The Fat Albert Trading. There it is, FATS. Fat Albert Trading Strategy. Or we could use system. There it is. Boom. We're all marketing geniuses here. What's your strategy? FATS. Fat Albert Trading System. I don't even know. Who is Fat Albert? I know it's like a thing, but what is it from? Is it a movie? Like what? I want to say a comic book strip, but I have no idea if that's right either. Oh, it's a cartoon? Okay. Oh, man. Poor guy. He's looking for 580. He's making claims. Poor, I forgot his name already. What was the guy's name? I don't remember. Chase was his name. Bill Cosby did the voice. I did not know any of this. Sell an ebook about the fats. Yeah, that's not bad. It's a movie too. Gotcha. All right. To take a long or not to take a long, I could say I'm potentially interested in a long here. Entry at, we'll call it 303. If I put my stop down below the lows, what would that be? 92. So I could get away with a 10-point stop. I might be open to that. And if it, oh wait, I'm already green. Okay, what am I? Okay, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is this. So this is my gold trade. So this is my MNQs trades, which has been kind of not necessarily all over the map. It went well. Then yeah. Anyways, I don't want to relive that. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is maybe a long right here because we have this low. So I don't know. Get long somewhere right around there. Put the stop down below the low, which is that white line, which would be, like I said. So if my stop's there, let's call it 92. And there's 02. So yeah, you could get right around a 10, 15 point stop. Uh-oh. Oh no, Clay. Don't do it. Don't do it. This is totally gonna sucker me in. Oh no. Look at that trend line. Oh, is that a short through there? Oh boy. Oh boy. Hey, if you're enjoying in any way, shape, or form, hit that like button. We did hit our goal, but I don't know. Maybe we can make a push up to at least 350 likes. So if maybe we got 15 people out here. If we got 15 people and 15 of you are enjoying, if you don't mind hitting that like button, it helps. It helps. I'd appreciate it. Kind of happy. By the way, happy 1 week anniversary to those of you that were hanging out with me last Friday when I was in that library in Ohio. That seems so long ago. It was only a week, but I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but when I do traveling and stuff like that, like time just gets distorted. Me doing a live stream in a library in Ohio seems like an eternity ago. It was literally 1 week ago today. Hey, in fact, give me a 5. Give me a 5 in the chat if you were here for the Friday library stream, the Ohio Friday library stream. That happened a week ago. 5. If you're here for the Friday Ohio library stream. Okay, all right. Oh, the memories. The memories. So from your standpoint, does that feel like it was a week ago or does that feel like a super long time ago? Like if I was in my normal life, that probably wouldn't feel that long ago because like in my normal life, time flies. But I'm not in my normal life, so therefore time is all jacked up. Really, it feels like yesterday. I can see that. Okay, super long ago for Casey. Feels like was a few days. Okay, yeah, that few days ago. How long did it take to build a nice stream? Well, I don't know what a nice stream is considered. But yeah, I've been streaming for about 11 months now. So sometime in February, I think February 15th will be the 1 year anniversary. Big truck. So yeah. Again, I don't know. I don't know if I'm at a nice. Let me put it this way. I guess I've kind of defined, well, I don't know. This is nice. In my mind, this is nice. I really enjoy it. But I do have a goal for myself. I'd like to see if I can get this up to 1,000 viewers. You have 640. Well, yeah, Trading Tilt, but I've also had this channel since 2013. So a lot of viewers probably are not even in the markets anymore. Not to mention, I don't know, YouTube. I don't know. YouTube, either I irritated them or I'm just falling behind the times. But yeah, the YouTube algorithm does not seem to like me that much anymore. And I say that because we had what Vlad earlier was showing up like, man, I've been following you for 7 years, and I just learned that you're live streaming. It's like, well, that's kind of demoralizing, YouTube algorithm, that people that have been following me for a decade, you're just now showing them that I'm live streaming after 10 months. Should I stick to one position size as a beginner? I've already ballooned through accounts. Should I stick to one? Do you mean one contract? I'm waiting for the day that I accidentally start live streaming to start people streaming. Seems to work. Yeah, that was funny. I believe the short form maybe. Yes, one mini. Okay, well, go to the micros, man. Go to the micros, brother. Why don't you multi-stream? What is that? Oh, like across multiple. I don't know, because I don't know how to do that. See, that's what I mean right there. User. He discovered me back during COVID, and then he just found out that I live streamed a few weeks ago. Like, what's up with that, YouTube algorithm? What did I do? When am I back home? I'll be back home on Monday. On Monday. We're leaving tomorrow. So here, today, Friday is our last day in Michigan, and then we're headed back on Friday, or on Saturday. Well, in some senses, I could have taken that. I think. Let's see. It broke here 30 down to, yeah, but that was about a 9-point little potential. Here is a theory about YouTube algo. Your subs and your viewers have a huge spread, so perhaps they take that to mean viewers have a huge subs and your viewers. Yeah, but no, but the thing is I have less. It's like the viewers have dropped off on normal videos just because like it's like the algorithm is just stopped showing people. But like the viewers dropped. So if that were true, well, then it was kind of created by the algorithm in the first place. But I don't know. I'm just totally speculating. Either way, yeah, the live stream is seemingly kind of slowly growing. What happens after you pass a test? You get the whole. No, it's the same rules, Joe. Joe, dude, come on, man. You think they're really going to let you just go below 50,000? Come on, man. But for you right now, Joe, just focus on passing a test. One bridge at a time, my friend. One bridge at a time. Yeah, intraday trail, and then it stops. So once you hit the buffer, it stops, and it goes back to just normal drawdown. So yes, but for a limited time. For a limited time, you don't get to play the whole I want a grand slam or bust type of thing. If this comes up a bit more, I am interested in a potential short here. I've heard some stories of that where people, they think they're gaming the system like, okay, well, I'm going to go and I'm going to buy a 50K account for $100. Then as soon as I get it, I'm just going to withdraw the 50K. It's like, I mean, good on you. You're trying to, I guess, think through the system and blah, blah, blah. But like, you don't think that they thought of that. Those days you recorded with the whiteboard, learned a lot about, you were around for the whiteboard days, huh? Yep. Yeah, I went from chalkboard to whiteboard, back to chalkboard, and then to not even that. So yes, I've been kind of all over the place in my in the journey. Okay, maybe a trade, maybe a short here if it wants to come back down. So I will get to short at the red line if it comes back down. Clay nearing the 9. The 9 what? The 9 what? Trading is so much more nuanced than being able to say it's clear nearing the 9. The 9 what? SMA, EMA, I don't know, some other indicator? There you go. 9 EMA. Gotcha. On the 5-minute. Appreciate the... Okay. Maybe a short here at the 21. If this next... Okay, this could be great. This could be great. Okay, good. Come up, come up, come up, come up. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Go. Okay. I might still be able to work with it, but my risk profile is... Because now my entry point is... No. Well, this one might just be a direct... I'm not... I don't like it as much now. Came down too much. What I wanted to see was as soon as that candle closed, want to see it come up here and then come down. Then my entry point would have basically been right here. Tight stop, but... Yeah, I didn't get it. So it just... Now, in hindsight, the right play was just... Well, Clay, you didn't need to do any of that. You could have just gotten short at the 21 EMA. Well, yes, I thank you. In hindsight, you're right. I agree. But unfortunately, as we witnessed, and as we were witnessing right now, we don't always have hindsight. Well, we never have hindsight. I need a 2-point move, Clay. I think you can do 2-point. I think you can do it. I'm not leaving until that red is gone. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen or not. What I have to be very careful of now, though, is this. Like, this is actually, I'm at a very dangerous spot in my day. We're it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We've been, at it for almost 4 hours now. So we've been through the journey. I've seen that being what was that? Was that like minus 800 at some point? So at one point, this was a red 800 number. So I fought all the way back. What I need to be careful of, though, is this. This is where things can spin out of control just like that. I take a trade, and then this goes bigger red than what I like. And I'm like, crap, I don't like that at all. All right, let me try to get this back smaller red. And then I start to force a trade, and if it goes redder from there, now I'm really irritated. And then from there, it could go from where I'm at right now, all things considered, if you're here for the entire live stream, I'm actually quite proud of today, especially when we were in a transition phase. A transition phase meaning the past couple of weeks due to the holiday season, very slow, very just not a whole lot of movement. And then all of a sudden today it showed up kind of out of nowhere because I don't think a lot of people expected this sort of volatility. So for that sort of transition, when a lot of other people have blown accounts, which many of you have shared, you have blown accounts, which I appreciate the transparency. So to know that on a transition day, not to mention it's a Friday, to know that I'm actually still green, all things considered, I don't want to ruin that. And that's where like a trade here. Now, if it's like an A+ setup, I'm game. But at this point, it's basically got to be an A+ setup. Because I am so close to potentially losing my mind and going on tilt and blowing things because I really like the results where they are right now. And if I see that, like especially if this goes, again, psychologically, if that goes up to triple digits again, goes over 100, I'm going to want to get it back below that. And then I'm going to start forcing stuff. And then force trades lead to more. And then, then your revenge trading. And then before you know it, the account's gone. What are you doing, Trading Till? Are you okay? Are you hacked? Why do you keep making comments and deleting them? Are you all right, dude? What's your problem, man? You okay? You all right, brother? You made 3 comments in a row where you're trading stuff, and then you just delete them. Clay, I might have to gift you an adjustable standing desk. Do you run one of those? Do you have a company like that, user? Do you have a company with adjustable standing desks? I try and delete all my losing. I will leave them for now on if... Well, I don't even know what you've been saying, but I just noticed that you've had 3 in a row where you apparently said something and then you deleted it. No, just... Oh, well. I was going to say, if you had a company that would do that, I'd totally, be willing to do a review, share it with other people. Well, that's very kind of you. I will be looking for another desk once we build our new house. But that is very kind of you. Do you have a standing desk? I remember. I used to. Not anymore, though. I left that at our old house. The guy that bought our house wanted it. I'm like, okay, fine. For the amount of money you're paying for this house, you can have that standing desk. No problem, brother. Yeah, this is just not A+ territory for me. I mean, so I'm just being patient, being picky. Test short. A sit-stand desk is going to be my first big purchase at my new house. So excited. Yeah, no, I really liked it. And I think they really do make a difference. But yeah, it's probably going to be a rough first go because, man, my legs are not going to be used to standing like they used to. Buy NQ full contract. Okay, it's me. I'll cut a deal with you. It's me. Do you want to buy me an account? And if you buy me an account, I'll call it the It's Me account, and I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Do we have a deal? Nice hammer here. Nice hammer here. Now, if I was plenty green, I'd totally be looking to take a long right here. Or a long down around this area here, and then put a stop down below there, but I'm not vastly green, so I'm not going to do it here. Come on, man. Hey. It's Fat Albert, Bill Cosby. Lou, dude, once again, Lou is becoming known for falling behind in the stream and then commenting on conversations that we've had 20 minutes ago because he has lost track of the scroll bar. But Lou, by the time you hear this, please grab the scroll bar, drag it all the way to the right. You are way far behind right now. That is Lou's MO. Poor Lou. Great guy. Like the guy. He's used code Clay before, so I like him even more. But man, he's always falling behind in time. I'm waiting for him to reply to a conversation that we had like 3 weeks ago. That's what I'm ultimately waiting for. Man. I'm liking the setups, but are they A+? No, I would not consider any of this an A+ for me right now, which is the kind of the requirement I put on myself now. It's got to be an A+ setup. But yeah, I would not call you crazy if you're getting short now with this sort of candle here forming all the way down. Oh boy. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it, Clay. You're going to throw yourself into a trade. Oh my, look at that trend line. Do I take it short? That's not, I can't do it. I'm in dangerous territory right now. I'm in dangerous territory. I like it, but that's still not A+. But, oh boy. If you're taking that short right now in the trend line break, I'm not calling you crazy at all. I'm not calling you crazy at all. I'll say that in my opinion, you're not taking an A+ breakdown, but I think there's some sense in it. Short for the new low of the day. To cover your 53. Some of you are terrible influences. Absolutely terrible influences. Instead of saying, hey, Clay, just only take the A+ setup. And if it comes along, great. If not, hey, you know what? Considering how the day's gone, don't worry about that 50. In fact, be grateful for that $53. Some of you are just atrocious support systems. Granted, I know a lot of you are joking. Clay, thank you, Casey. Gamble. You're so tempted to go long? Okay. I can see longs making a little bit of sense here. I'm in long. Where's your stop at, Neil? So now finish is just like, I understand. He has made his a clear joke. FOMO like you mean it. I don't know, Neil. I'm nervous for you getting long. I don't know, man. To be fair, we are at a congestion point, so I mean, it's not like Neil's a baboon. I see what he's like. He's saying, "Well, we've been down here before, Clay, and we've bounced. We are right down here again." So, and I realize Neil knows that, like, just because it's bounced here a couple times does not mean it'll for sure bounce again. But like I said, I don't know. For me, it's just, it seems like it's just tilting on the edge here of. I know I'm caught up now. All right, good. Glad you got caught up. Welcome back to present reality, Lou. Good to have you here, brother. Your stream is great to an audio-only listening session. Yeah, I'll take that as a compliment. I mean, thank you. But I was just saying, okay, so, well, no, I think that is good, right? Because you don't even have to. So I think the argument would go, Clay, you don't even have to watch the stream. I can just listen and still be entertained. That's okay. Thank you. I'll take that as a W, as a win. I think a mean reversion playback into the 50s at 3:30. All right. What's up with these? Hey, Wyatt. No. What's up? You don't get to have a trade plan, then delete it because it doesn't work out. Come on, man. It's okay if you were wrong. We're all wrong from time to time. Okay, he put it back on. Gotcha. That's better. No, I was just thinking through it. Like, I knew it was a comment because he said great. Yeah, all right, Neil. Better be disciplined, dude. Did anybody take that short? Give me a 2 if you took that short. I'll trade vicariously through you. Like I said, for me, it never quite met what I would say A+, so I couldn't take it based off where I'm at on my day. But for you, maybe you have more wiggle room to be like, no, I have plenty of wiggle room on the day, so I don't need to take only A+. Nice, Graybeard, Daniel. I went for a walk. Fantastic, Deepu. All right. Whoa, what is that nonsense? What? You can't do the jet dirty like that. Has gold just still been going down? I kind of lost track of it. Yeah, where's silver at on the day? Still coming down a little bit. Already out before the drop. Whoops. Well, that is some nasty movement there. Granted, I mean, like I said, if you got short here, you still had, I don't know, what was that? Short there, 20 down to, yeah, you had about 14 points. So, yeah, things are starting to chill out here a little bit. Notice over here, remember at one point during the day when this distance between these two numbers was at 50? So, yeah, afternoon is definitely showing up. This distance right here is 50. Wow. This distance here is now 10. Wow. Okay, that's tricky. That's pure trickiness right there. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the guy that wants 580. I don't if he's in a prop account. I don't know. I don't know if. I mean, I suppose he's still got a little less than. So he's still got about what, 3.5 hours, give or take a little bit, for that to happen. But man, it's not moving like it was. So 580 from here is quite the move. Oh man, what a poor guy. Market's gonna eat your stop, and then baboosh, down it goes, like in the opposite direction of what he said. Crazy. 15 points off your target. Okay. I have a difficult time journaling while scalping the 2 to 5 minute time frame. Anyone else? Yeah, we had a talk earlier about journaling, and I have mixed emotions. I think for some people, it's an absolute. I think it's fool's gold. I think not. I don't know if it's, but people they journal and they think because they're doing something and the something happens to be journaling that they're actually making progress in their journey, that they're going about it the right way. But it's not. It's just it's pure. Not only is it a waste of time for them, it's like deceiving them. But other people though, journaling has really helped them. So I have completely mixed emotions. For me, I've never been a big journaler. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't carry any value. I've experienced enough now, being as long as I'm around, and have worked with enough traders where it's just like they're journaling, but then you hear about how they're journaling, and it's like, well, no, yes, you're journaling, but like you're deceiving yourself. Like it's not actually good journaling, right? It goes back to the saying, practice makes perfect. That's garbage. Perfect practice makes perfect. If you're practicing the game of baseball using a tennis racket, you are practicing. But is it good practice? No. Helps you remember what you've learned. Yeah, maybe for you, Cash King. Again, my claim is not journaling is worthless across the board. That's not my claim. My claim is for some people, what I've seen, it is definitely very worthless for them, and I think it's a waste of time. But, again, that is not a universal statement. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, exactly. There's a thread that may not even be honest. Yeah, honest journaling, all sorts of stuff. Personally, I only journal if I have something that needs to be written down. Like, okay, that's cool. Thanks for sharing. I think I need to take a break. 19K in payouts, and I've been blowing like 50 counts in the past 2 weeks. Yeah, well, I'm not saying you shouldn't take a break, AA. I'm just saying that it's a little bit of apples and oranges now, because now we're moving back into kind of the movement that where you've made that money. So I don't, again, I'm just giving you some things to think about. I don't know if it's smart where you just said, okay, during this environment, I got $19,000 in payouts. But then in this environment, I've been blowing accounts. But I'm going to take a break as we move back into the environment, which I had just said had given me $19,000 in payouts. So in other words, I'm not quite sure it's you that's been the problem. Maybe it's just been the market environment itself, which after today really seems like we are now leaving behind the holiday kind of yawn, the holiday type of action, and now we're moving into more quality action. Obviously, do what you think is best, AA, but I don't know. Those are just kind of my thoughts. Lets you know what worked and did not. Yeah, again, to reiterate, I'm not saying journaling is worthless. I'm saying for some people, I've seen it to be not only worthless, but very deceptive. But I've also seen some people absolutely love it, and that's fantastic. Yeah, I appreciate Graybeard. Some of you, a lot of other you are going, giving your thoughts on journaling. Fantastic. Practice makes permanent. Good practice makes good habits. Bad practice makes... Yeah, that's a good one too. Practice makes permanent. So yeah, if you accept that premise, then yeah, you better be practicing. This is why I always, again, I don't have a whole lot of credibility here because I do sell a mentorship. So people are like, well, you just say that because you want us to buy your mentorship. Fair point. So I realize I have zero credibility on this, but the fact of the matter is this. People show up and they're like, I'm brand new. What's a good paper trading platform? I'm like, you have no idea what to practice. Well, I need to practice and make money. Anybody that traded knows that there's so much more nuance there that is being left behind. But again, whether it's my mentorship or somebody else, actually the step phase is learn what you're supposed to practice. But again, yeah, sure, Clay. Sure, says the guy that sells something that... I know. I get it. I have no credibility in that regard, but that is the fact of the matter. Whether you want to believe me saying it or not. Somebody's saying, I'm going to practice making money, thinking that's actually good practice. You're going to learn the hard way. You're going to build all sorts of bad habits. It's more painful that way. Because you're introducing new steps into your trading journey. What are these new steps? Breaking bad habits. Whereas why I try to tell people, Like if you're brand new and you know nothing, again, whether it's my mentors or somebody else, that's such better because you will learn what you should be practicing right from the get-go. And you're not going to have all these bad habits that you build from. But again, you just want us to buy your... Okay, I get it. Anyways, moving on. Tesla is free falling today. Gotcha. The way this works is this is the same account. These are my MNQ trades from today. So this is MNQ. And then pre-market, I took a GC trade, which is gold. So that's how it's working. Same account. Those are just the different contracts that I've traded. Talk about this again. So if you enjoy the live stream, you want it to continue, the way to guarantee that it continues is this is all viewer supported. And I don't mean support necessarily. I mean, you can give super chats. That's fine. But the best way to quote unquote donate to the channel or to support the channel is just to save yourself some money too by using code Clay with any of these prop firms. Because when you use code Clay, you're getting a good deal. You're saving money anyways. And then yes, I do get a little piece of the pie. But if you are enjoying, then code Clay is, how that happens. And just kind of as, kind of a summary of this. If you are a beginner to the prop firm space, Take Profit Trader, in my mind, is the king of the mountain regardless. But the reason for the beginner is they're very clean set of rules. They other prop firms over here, they're fine. They're not, but they're going to have more rules. So as a beginner, it's very easy to get overwhelmed in that regard. But if you're a beginner, Take Profit Trader, best way to get involved into the futures market and prop firms. Now, if you're experienced and you have never at least given Take Profit Trader a try, at least give them a try. I argue they are for sure worth at least a try because I have yet to meet anybody that's used other prop firms and then they try Take Profit Trader. They get to the payout phase and then they complain about being able to request payouts on a daily basis in any amount that they want. So if you're making $1,000 a day, you can request $1,000 every single day with Take Profit Trader. And I've yet to meet anybody complain about that. And then the experienced people, going back to the rules, there's no consistency rule. There's no scaling rule. There's no scalping rule. Very, very clean set of rules. So from that angle, again, experienced people, I would argue they're at least worth a try. So that's why I believe them to be king of the space. And that's why I use them. And that's the only people I use and why I do recommend them. And then, like I said, this is where some people get offended. But yes, at the end of the day, as much as I enjoy this, and my proof there is we're over 4 hours now, it does have to be worth my time. I have 6 kids. I have a family. I have a real life. And I've got to be very wise with my time. If I was the bachelor single guy, then who cares what I'm doing with my time? Nobody's depending on me, whatever. But I got 6 kids depending on me. I have my wife. So like I said, it's got to be worth my time. So in order to make it worth my time, you got to use code Clay. And I know, well, what a jerk. You should do this for free. Fine, that's fine. I would argue it would be irresponsible for me to not try to monetize my time and to take 4 hours away from my family to do something that is just strictly for fun on my end. So yes, I know that does offend some people. Some people in this world, unfortunately, they're just offended if somebody tries to monetize your time. But sorry if that's you. I can't be any more blunt and transparent than that. If you want the live stream to continue, you got to use code Clay. So on that note, I'm going to go ahead and call it good. And that makes it. Well, thank you, Mike. I'm glad you're not one of these people that are also self-righteous that, it's one of those things where like they get upset when other people monetize your time. And like, so do you work for free? And they're like, well, no, I get a paycheck. Well, then you're also monetizing your time. What do you think a job is? But anyways, the live stream is for free though. But the live stream is. Yes, the live stream. Yes. I mean, they're right. Clay, what strategy you use? Any from the universe? Just a bunch of them, Audie. Yeah, I'm using a combination of all that stuff. Basically, risk versus reward, that class is like the pillar of everything I'm doing. Again, the risk versus reward trading class. Audie's he's a member of the mentorship. So yeah, the risk versus reward class is kind of the nucleus of what I'm building from. So maybe refresh through that one. But that's ultimately what I'm doing. But yes, thank you everybody for being here. It was an interesting holiday week from my in-laws. Shout out again to their internet. It helped great. But I will be back in Iowa, back in my normal office next week and back to normal times, 11 a.m. Eastern on Monday. I will be back to my normal times. So just keep that in mind. I know there's some people will show up and they'll say, "What? Oh, I didn't know you were changing back." But for those of you that stuck around, that is the goal. So on your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be fantastic. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. Because, yeah, sometimes, I don't know, maybe I'll do opens a little bit more often from here on out. So maybe I'll hop around with my normal time. So in other words, if you want to know exactly when I do go live, that is where turning on the notifications helps out quite a bit too. So thank you everybody for being here. I hope you all had a good New Year's, good Christmas, good everything. But yeah, next week we are back to the normal grind of things. And we'll go from there. So thank you again for being here. Make sure to, wait, yeah? You want to say bye to everybody too here?
Yeah.
Yeah, come here. So you come say goodbye. Because I'm saying goodbye too. Say bye, everybody.
Baby.
Yeah, no, not bye. Just say bye.
Bye.
Okay, bye. We'll see everybody. Say use code Clay.
Bye.
Yeah, that way you can eat some food.
Happy birthday.
All right. Take care, everybody. Have a good one. See ya on Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern.